Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Let me check chat. Switching to live chat. Let's see. Wow. Okay. We got some people in here. We have Party in here. Welcome, welcome, Party. Glad to see our beautiful faced mod in chat. I told her that she can leave early if she wants, because this is not a React chat. This is an apolitical, creative focused stream. So I think we will all be on our best behavior. We should be. I see Ben is in here. Hopefully Ben is having a lovely day. Shay is in here. Hey, Shay. So, when's housing dropping in? Wow. I didn't look at the rest of the web page because I had some prepping to do for stream, but when is WoW housing supposed to drop? In about a year? Oh, okay. We can all just sit back and chill then. You know what? It's better that they take their time with it anyway. That kind of thing you don't want to fuck up. Party is having a better day today. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I got me eye on you. What are you going to get up to during stream, Party? Are you going to just chill in bed or what? And Racken, hey, hello. This is going to be a writing focused stream. So if you want to peel back behind the screen, like in Wizard of Oz, and see how does an architect go at preparing for a project, particularly as a ghostwriter, this is what the stream is about. You should hang out and find out if that's what you want to find out. But if not, be well and enjoy your evening. Epic is here. Sweet. And I'm live. That's good to know, because there was that one time, guys, you remember, where I was talking for an age and everyone thought I was late, but I wasn't late, but I just hadn't pressed the go live button. So anyway, we're avoiding that tonight. Early next winter. Okay, well that'll be fun for Christmas. I'm still working. Oh my lord. You'll probably go do tribe quests. Oh man. Now I want to go and hop on to Final Fantasy XIV. So I've been trying to play Path of Exile 2 with Ben chat. I love Path of Exile 2. It has the right level of difficulty for me, and Ben has been super supportive in my playthrough, like really supportive. Sometimes he dies and I carry, and sometimes I die and he carries. So it's kind of equal, which is good. But I don't know what's happening. But I think it might, like, I'm formulating theories, but basically sometimes when I try to play, it is so laggy. I die every, like, it feels like I die every 3 minutes. It's probably not that bad, but it feels, sometimes it feels pretty terrible. So I logged into Final Fantasy XIV. There was a mount sale on, so I bought a mount. Anyway, I logged in to check out my mount and stuff, and it ran like butter. And I know that compared to the netcode of WoW, Final Fantasy XIV is shit, but compared to the netcode of Path of Exile 2, Final Fantasy XIV is fantastic. So I was running around and just enjoying seeing my Catboy tail flick around and just remember how sexy he is. So yeah. I'm not a good writer, but I'd like to learn, so I'll listen in. Okay, and Racken, I'm going to do a recap in a few minutes. I just want to sit and chill until 7:30, and then we will get into the recap, and then we'll continue where we left off. Lamau, Chieko just talking to herself? Yeah. Yeah. Ben remembers. Ben and Party are going to be those people who are going to remember the deep Chieko lore. I have a feeling Shay will as well. And then they'll bring it up at the most awkward moments. And they'll be like, do you remember that one time when? Have you heard of the award-winning MMO? Yeah. It's not that bad. I'm going to say, I'm not shitting on PoE2 as a whole. I'm not one of those raging anti-PoE2 players. I genuinely love the game. I'm genuinely having fun. I switched from a necromancer because of the amount of minions on the screen was making everything worse. I switched to a sorcerer and I'm doing ice and fire, and things are, generally speaking, quite swimmingly, going quite well, quite well. I'm having a lot of fun playing as sorcerer with ice and fire and some lightning thrown in. Is it true that melee characters are trash in PoE2? Depends on which one. I heard that mercenary is basically more difficult and less rewarding feeling at the beginning. But the monk is, well, just say the word monk to Ben and he will start word vomiting at you how amazing his monk is. And his monk is actually really, really good. The game was like, welcome back. Yeah. I'm going to be honest. Going and seeing my Catboy was a sight for sore eyes. Yeah, Monk is a beast. Oh, hey, Emmy. Emmy is in chat. Emmy, we're doing a bit of writing, preparing for writing stream. Yeah. I still have to respond to your text message, Emmy. Essentially, this week is not good, but maybe next week. Things are getting a little nutty as I start packing and preparing for my move, so. Party has deep Chieko lore. People were complaining about the game being too difficult with melee. It depends, Leo. It depends. It depends. I remember WoW roleplay sessions from 16 years ago in detail. Shay says, you're doomed. Yeah. Yeah, monk mode. Okay, guys, I've been there. I've seen Ben move around. Ben is what I would call, out of 10, he's probably like a 7 in terms of playing ability, like a 7 or an 8. And he does very well in PoE2 usually. But on occasion, he gets hit one shot because he's basically doing the tank role, essentially. And so then I have to try my best to carry. Sometimes I succeed, sometimes I suck. And sometimes I die. And then Ben will generally die trying to resurrect me. It's really quite comical. It's fun though. So we got Emmy in here. We got a whole bunch of people. Wow. Leo. Hello, Leo. Mirokos. 'Tis I. Hello, Miro. Oh my goodness. I'm shooketh. Simp is here. He is back for more. Or she is back. We don't know if Simp is a man or a woman or something. But anyway, Simp is here. I think actually he said he was a bro who wants to write romantasy, if I recall correctly. Anyway, sometimes I have spaz hands. Ben, yeah. Everyone, like, Wednesday is our jam. Okay, so usually I play a game. If I have time, I would play a game on Wednesday. Today, we're not playing a game. Today, chat, we're going to be continuing our work on a fiction book outline. Now, this fiction book outline is a way for me to show you how I work as a ghostwriter with clients and how this taught me to hone my architectural skills as a writer. That is to say, from the beginning, I've always been a bit of a planner. Emmy knows, Party knows. You know, as a young person, and as a professional, I'm a hyper planner to some degree. And it affects how I approach writing. I approach writing with a very organized way, which allows me to turn copy fairly quickly. It allows me to understand what I want to do before committing to it. And it helps me reduce revision and editing down. Now, editing will still take time, but the revision period usually can be shorter because I haven't, effed up severely in terms of plot holes, character progression, things like that. So generally speaking, revision is simpler because I've put in the work before I even start writing. And this is what helped me write a 300 to 400,000 word fan fiction that had a what we would call a round. It was like a round robin type story where the ending is linked to the beginning. So TLDR, I know this works. I've used this to ace essays in university. I've used this approach to prepare lectures for teaching, and I use this approach for my own writing. So today we're going to be looking at the outline. We're going to start with a recap of what we covered. I'm going to cover some areas that I filled in on my own in preparation for the stream. And then we're hopefully going to get enough time to take a look at how to start honing in on individual chapters. How do I move from a big picture down to a small picture, small details, to the spreadsheets? Yeah. This is how it works. Now, as a ghostwriter, your idea is that you only get paid per how much you write. So you can't spend hours and hours and hours fiddling around because you're not paid by the hour, you're paid by word. And so as a ghostwriter, you have to start thinking, how can I maximize my output so that I don't starve and I'm not, 2 weeks late on my rent every single month, which, never mind. Let's keep going. So this is kind of how I was making it work at one point until some clients drove me crazy and messed with everything. And now I'm out. I'm done. So let's get into chatting about that. We got 3 minutes left until the start. So I recommend everyone get some water, get some coffee, get some pepperette sticks, get some cheese croissants, get some powdered donuts. Eating ASMR. Last time on Dragon Ball Chieko. Oh, epic. That is so too true. Too true and real. Shay busily scans notebook into a Google Doc. Hello, friends. It's Wooly. Diabetes propaganda? Yes. Yeah, it is. Opens up pistachios? I love pistachios. Yeah, that's the way to go. Yeah. Now, before we begin, let's do a round of chat. First off, how is chat? What is chat up to? And number two, talking about our topic for today, which is the fiction book outline. Is there any particular questions you would like me to tackle during this session? I'll let people percolate and think about these two questions. So number one, for everyone, what are you guys up to right now? How are things going? Number 2, for those of you who are specifically interested in writing, what are some questions you would like answered in today's fiction book outline session? Wooly is at work. It's cold and rainy where he is, so he's just here for the ride. Well, I hope it's a good ride, Wooly. And Racken is watching his baby and updating peripheral drivers. Ooh, hopefully that goes well. Are we supposed to sort of copy stuff from the competition? Okay, I'll explain stuff like that. Yeah, for sure, Simp. I'll do my best to answer that one later. Epic is doing good, playing Silent Hill 2. I love horror games. I'm really just interested in collecting your insights and adding them to my collection of writing advice. Okay, well, hopefully you find some new insight that inspires you. How many daddy issues the character will have? 0. Can't take notes this evening, says Miro, due to needing to get up early again, but I wanted to hang out. Well, I'm glad you're here, Miro. Even if you're just chilling, that's fine. That's fine. What plot questions we should be asking ourselves and what elements of plot and or development in our world we should be sure to include. Oh, absolutely, Shay. Okay. All right. So I'm going to just copy and paste Simp's question here. Wonder if YouTube will let me do this. And I'll put it in this notebook over here. And Shay's question. Okay. How do you set up to have an interesting word choice syntax? I outlined well academically, never got less than an 8, but my writing is wooden feeling for fiction. Okay, good question. Good question in Racket. We'll talk about that as well then. I'm getting freezing rain this evening, says Miro. Oh, I don't know what's happening outside. I'm going to be frank. I don't know. It's dark outside. That's all I know for me. It's dark outside. I know there's snow on the ground. Snow on the ground. It was snowing the other day. I went outside to throw garbage out. I was wearing a very baggy black dress-like object and a cardigan and like my hiking boots with the socks and no coat, nothing, just trotted out. It felt so brisk. It really, I'm really praying, chat, that whatever place Party and I get that will have a small balcony or access to a backyard so then I can just go outside and stand outside for just a little bit. Mumu? No, it's a dress. It's a dress, but it's made out of like t-shirt material and there's like, it's kind of old. I think it's one of Party's old dresses. There's like holes in it that look like maybe mice chewed through the bottom of some of the dress. I can't say. It's white trash. Let me tell you. I look so white trash. It was, yeah. Snow and weird Mises hunting for maple syrup. If it's black, no. It's not mice. I probably snagged it on something. Maybe. But there are small holes at the bottom. Anyway, it's great. It's super comfy, though. I can't stop wearing it. Anyhow, let's get into talking about the fiction book outline. So, chat, today we are going to hopefully get into actually summarizing the story, breaking it down from its big ideas down to its detail ideas. For starting, you will notice we do not have a title or subtitle yet, because to be honest, you don't need to. Now, if one day you're daydreaming and a title comes to you and it's like, you know, delivered on a scroll from heaven and it's really inspiring, then write it down, keep it. But if you don't have a working title, then just leave it blank until, you know, it comes to you. Now, when we have here market research is going to tell us a couple things. The first thing it's going to tell us is who is our direct competition? What are these people going to be buying? Now, of course, in order to know your competition, you should also know your target audience. So your target audience here is going to define almost everything else. If you do not know your target audience, then you probably shouldn't start writing quite yet. That's just my opinion. I mean, you can start writing and just do what you want, of course, but who are you going to sell it to? And trust me, I've written at least 5 different books since the age of 16 that are completely unmarketable because I wrote it with a very, 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 very niche target audience in mind. So not marketable. You want to avoid this if you want to make money. Of course, you don't need to worry about this if you don't care about money. If you're just doing it for fun and you just want to put whatever you want out there, then, you know, do what you want. But if you want to make money, you need to know who you're writing for. And then once you know who you're writing for, try to figure out what kind of stuff would they be writing. What stuff would they be reading? And generally speaking, your audience doesn't have to be limited necessarily. So here we said 16 to 25-year-old male readers. That doesn't mean female readers won't read this book. It doesn't mean that 40-year-old men won't read this book. It simply means your language, your style, and your tone and your vocabulary will be angled to younger males. And older people or younger people may end up reading it regardless of who you were writing for. How will the reader identify with this mental illness? Never write down modern audience and target audience. Yes, never write that down. What if your book sells to an audience you didn't expect and you don't know what attracted them? Good question. You are just a very lucky person who is extremely ignorant and somehow became famous despite your ignorance. You probably should sit down and start thinking if you want to replicate it. And probably, Leo, that is one of the background factors to why we have one-hit wonders, Leo. You have these people who just wrote something that was incredibly powerful by accident, that accidentally, you know, hit a wide range of people, but they can't replicate it because they don't know what was the point, really. So that's sad. So this is only for people. Once again, this fiction book outline we're working on is from an architect's point of view, and it is for someone who wants to make money. All right? But you can still take basic ideas from what I'm talking about here and apply it to your own vanity project, to your own hobby. And of course, if you're a gardener, you can take some of these suggestions and figure out ways that you can incorporate some amount of preparation into your writing, before you let your gardener free. Okay, so we have our competition and our target audience. And usually competition will help us, once again, define what are the tropes, what are the styles, what are the tones, what are the plots, what is the genre expectations. And I think the competition is really, really helpful with identifying genre expectations. If you don't know what is expected from the genre, you will sell something that nobody wants. It would be like showing up in the Sahara Desert and trying to sell sand. It's like, no, we don't want that. We want water. So same thing here. If you don't know the genre expectations of the target audience and the genre that you're writing, then you will be screwed. Competition, knowing your competition does not mean that you will copy or plagiarize or anything like that. But it does mean that you should be taking tips. So I'll put down here. All right, I'll put down here some notes, okay? So why do we care about genre? Okay, so first, understand the genre. So why care about competition? Understand the genre expectations. Recognize trends. So let's say everything is about werewolves now. You might want to shit out a book that is about a werewolf. Capitalize on them. You can also analyze and identify missing niches. So you can say, hey, there's a lot of vampires and there's a lot of werewolves, but there's not a lot of stuff from Eastern Europe or India. So I'm going to write about sexy gods from India or sexy folk figures from Eastern Europe. So you can analyze and identify missing niches by reading the competition. You're describing Rebecca Yarros? Like Harper Lee? Yeah. I mean, lots of writers. Yeah, anyway. So you should read competition because you'll understand the genre expectations. You'll recognize trends and capitalize on them. You can analyze and identify missing niches within that genre. And also you can fulfill tropes and styles because sometimes people just don't want the wheel to be fixed. The wheel is fine the way it is. They just want more of the wheel. More wheels, please. Don't try to give me a square wheel. Don't try to give me an oval wheel. I want a round wheel. And that's all that they want. And so that's why you should care about the competition. It's not about losing your own creativity. It's not about cheating or copying. It's about recognizing what can I bring to the table. Okay, so hopefully that answers Sim's question. Let me know, Sim, if that does not answer your question about competition. Okay, now we go down here. We have a basic structure. We're going to do a shorter book. It's only going to be 40,000 words long. That's about 2,000 words per chapter, 20 chapters long. This is not going to be a long book. So we're going to have to really be careful here. Ooh, 2,000. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. Okay, so let's keep going. Maybe we'll have a prologue. We'll definitely have an epilogue. We talked about how we're going to do past tense with only one narrative perspective from the main character. So it will be a third-person perspective, limited. We're going for a to-the-point, realistic, humorous, dialogue-heavy, and descriptive style book. So we're not going to get elevated. This is fairly low fantasy that we're going for here. Comparable writing styles. The big one will be Jim Butcher's Dresden Files. So we're gonna go with visceral, impactful writing, a balance of exposition and dialogue, intense combat and violence, and meaningful interactions. So for the genre, we're going to go with fantasy. It's going to be a low heroic fantasy with romance as a third tier genre where the guy will get the girl at the end. Okay. For motifs, tropes, and themes. So for tropes, we have a bunch. Cursed items, coming of age, ancient secrets, the loyal friend, easily definable characters, a MacGuffin. Humans can be evil, monsters, mysterious things are happening, so on and so on. Wise mentor. We also have a couple themes that's going to be very, very basic here. We're doing very basic stuff. And we have not yet settled on motifs yet. We'll see if we even get motifs in here because this is pretty low fantasy. Like, we're not trying to write literary fiction here. Okay. We worked on Carwyn. So we got Carwyn here. Carwyn, known as Wyn. And we have some background, not yet totally filled in, but we'll get there. We got the basic idea of his history, what they want, who they are. We have his physical traits. We have his fashion. We have his poise, his posture. And we have what he likes and dislikes, what he's like under pressure, his strengths and weaknesses and flaws, his internal conflict, internal stakes, and his final growth target. Okay. Now, usually, if I wanted to, I'd go down in here and I would put in here a picture. So for pictures, you can do AI if you want, but just be very careful because sometimes AI does weird things, and you have to really make sure that it's close to what you want. Blonde hair, blue-eyed, tan, 5'10". We could even choose like an actor. If we were going to get an actor to do Carwyn, what actor would that be? So that's a question you can think about. So then we come to secondary characters. So far I just called him the knight, the girl, and the sidekick. So I'm going to call the knight. This is where I did some filling in on my own because I was like, screw this. Okay, so I'm going to call the knight Raphael Veras. So he's a hedge knight. He has become depressed and hopeless. He gets kind of roped into it because of what Wyn does. I want to make him... So once again here with the physical appearance. I think it's, yeah, right here. Young Jim Carrey. You, Leo. Gross. Josh Hutcherson. Okay, wait 1 second. I'm going to trust party on this. I'm not trusting Leo. Jim Carrey. Oh my lord. He wants to make me barf in my mouth. He's supposed to be handsome. Hello? Handsome. Jim. What's the name again? Josh Hutcherson. Oh, actually. Wow, look at party go. So what we want to do is we want to like have him, but he is way more tan with blue eyes and blonde hair. But general face shape is pretty good. Oh, wait a minute. Was he PETA? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's go with him, but we just have to imagine him with blonde hair. Yep. Young Charlie Hunnam? I could see that, Shay. Young Charlie Hunnam. So once again, if you really need a picture, and I actually will be honest, I like having a picture, you can put the picture right by the physical appearance, like right in there. You just slot it in there, and you're like, let's see, Charlie Hunnam. Young Charlie Hunnam. Yeah. That's what we're talking about. Yeah. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Brad Pitt. Not gonna lie, but like a rougher one. Like he's on the other side of the tracks, if that makes sense. So we'll do a insert image, upload. Ignore all of that. Let's make everything small. And we'll put that in there. I kind of like his face shape. Not gonna lie. You might be wondering, why the heck does Chieko have so many screenshots in her screenshot thing? That is an occupational hazard as an ESL teacher. That is not my fault. Because I have to take screenshots and then share screenshots of the Blackboard with my students. So that's why it's in that situation. Okay. So we have Rafael Veras. He is going to be very tan. He's going to be basically Spanish. He's going to be like Spanish/Italian. He's going to be taller. He's going to be scarred. I'm imagining like, what's his face? Like he doesn't have to be handsome, but you know, he could be like Zaddy. Inigo Montoya, kinda, but like wider framed, like larger. It's a side effect of FF14. What is the side effect of FF14? Oh, the screenshotting? Yes, Ben. Yes. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes. Oh my gosh. Speaking of, I was doing the Dark Knight quest. My boy. I had so much fun. I took a ton of screenshots because, you know, yeah. Javier Bardem? Yeah. Wooly knows what I'm talking about. He has to be broad enough to carry plate armor, because plate armor can actually kill you if you're not fit. What's better than one Nico? Two Nico? You're not wrong. He has to look durable. Yeah! Like, he has to look like Wooly before Wooly became a carcass. Except Wooly has blonde hair. Joe Manganiello. Okay, let's look up Joe. Google. Joe Manganiello. I mean, that's a big boy. Oh. Actually, he looks pretty fine. I mean, I'm blushing a little. Anyway, let's keep focused. I like the amount of beard that he has on him, so I'm going to save his photo because he has a nice hairstyle and beard. That is a good call, Simp. Okay, so let's put that in here. I like that length of beard. I don't want his beard to be out of control. That's a nice... What do you think, party? There's a picture of him crouching on a rock, half dressed. I don't know what that's about. It says his fitness evolution. He went through a fitness evolution. Holy moly! Oh my lord! I think I found. I think I found out how he evolved, chat. Holy shit, dude! Oh my goodness! Wait 1 sec. This is going to break Google. I gotta make these pictures smaller. He is very normal looking. That's another thing. We don't want this bro to be too hot. He's like a very gruff bro. And very built. Burt Lancaster looks durable. Yeah, maybe. We'll go with this bro, because he looks like Geralt mixed with like a Jesuit priest. As not normal looking. You don't say, Shay. Anyway, okay, so this guy, we can go with that. I still think he might have broader shoulders. So all men have coral shelf pecs. Who knows? Next up, we have the girl. Okay, chat. We got a redheaded, average height, athletic figure girl. She is pale-skinned with freckles. She has red hair, green eyes. Her abilities will be healing and some hunting, like with a bow and arrow. She's not a hand-to-hand combat expert. She's not going to wield a sword. She can't, like, she might be able to, like, stab someone with a dagger if they don't notice, but generally, if the enemy gets too close to her, she's done. She's a dead duck. So she's not going to be... She's not Wonder Woman. Let's say that, okay? She can heal. She can do hunting. She can do... why a redhead? Because redheads are being replaced. We all know this. And also because both Party and I have slight... Although Party is more strong... Anyway. TLDR, we want to represent ourselves, okay, Arm? It's all about finding yourself in media, okay? And seeing yourself and being represented these days, Arm. So if you're not being represented... not that I'm a redhead, by the way. But, yeah. I want to make her a redhead because I want to. And that is period. That's it. Trapping, herbalism, first aid, animal kenning. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna go like this. Yeah. We'll go healing, which will be herbalism. First aid. Animal kenning. Karen Gillian, obviously young. Yeah, Karen Gillian. Actual bows require upper body strength. I've shot bows before, Wooly. Like normal bows. I think if you're trying to draw like a massive bow, like a long bow, sure, that's a problem. She wouldn't be able to do that. But we're not saying that she strings her own bow, Wooly, right? We're not suggesting she's stringing her own bow here. But sure, let's make it a crossbow. But I honestly don't think, even if she was doing a short bow, she wouldn't be stringing her own bow. But she could still pull a bow. You can still pull a bowstring, as long as it's not like a long bow, I believe. I forget which one requires more upper body strength. People think that all bows, like, let's just say I have done some archery, okay? I've done some archery. Granted, I am a bit taller than her. She's only 5'6", but... Okay, party is hooking me up, but I will look at a few others. Oh yeah, and her boobs aren't huge either. This is good. We don't want her boobs to be super huge. She's not flat, but she is not huge either. What is Ben sending me? Oh, Ben, never mind. Okay. Never mind, false alarm. Okay. Remember, she has an athletic figure. She is not going to be jouncing around with huge breasts, because otherwise she would just be at home. Let's see. Sissy Spacek. Young. No. What are you doing? I mean, her face shape isn't so bad. I think Leo likes mommies. That's what I'm getting a feeling for. Zoe DeGrand Maison, a Canadian actress. Oh, okay. Also very not bad. Not bad. Let's see if we can get a picture of her. Oh, there's her climbing a wall, doing rock climbing as a girl. She has, like, no boobs as a girl. She has a very normal face, which I actually appreciate. I actually appreciate her very normal features. Very nice. Trying to find, like, a full body photo of her that's not, like, weird looking. But she does have red hair at some point. Let's see. Okay, so while we figure this out, chat, I need you to come up with a suitable name for this red-headed chick. Remember, her name is not the same name as Varys. So she's not the same name as Raphael, because her father is Raphael's bestie. So we got to come up with the first and last name for this red-headed chick. Well, I mean, remember, this is a book. This is only telling us, like, general face shape. Obviously, the character's not going to have Botox, Wooly. Botox doesn't exist in this world. We're talking about face shape here, okay? We're talking about face shape, hair color, curls. Crossbows would be sort of expensive. Yeah. Yeah. How much realism are we going to go for? Okay, I will say that she has a D cup. We'll increase her booba size. But we may change the bow back to a short bow. he sort of has bad lit RPG habits. Well, the problem is, Simp, that first off, no writer is perfect. There's always going to be a problem. Number two, like, always going to be a problem. And when I say that Euros is bad, I mean it. She is very bad. I bet she is worse than Shad Diversity. To be honest, I would almost bet on it. And Myers is horrific, and the girl who wrote 50 Shades of Grey makes me want to stab my eyes out. But over time, some writers can get better. Some writers can break their bad habits and move on. I don't know if Shad will or if he can. The only thing that can help you improve exponentially is by reading a lot and spending your time writing a lot. And Shad simply may not have the time to do all that writing that's required to improve drastically. It's kind of like PewDiePie. I don't know if anyone watches PewDiePie, but I don't. But every now and then I hear things. And he did these videos about 1 month of drawing, and then like half a year of drawing, a year of drawing, that kind of thing. And he did improve by the end. He was much better than when he began. But it requires you to put at least half an hour to an hour every day in. If you're not writing half an hour to an hour every day, there's not a real chance for you to make any movement on your skills. So yeah. Shadiversity. Yeah, I don't mind Shad for his more realistic stuff. Liliane, Michelle d'Arche. I'm staying away from French because it's more Nordic. Tammy Fleur. Let's stay away from French. No French. We can't try to stay away from... This is a fantasy world, so no hunting goddesses from Greece. No Artemis. No. Let's try to keep it Celtic. Becca Griffiths? I like Griffiths. Yeah. Let's keep it Celtic. Let's keep it Celtic. Carrie. I like Carrie. Carrie's fine. Carrie Griffiths is much better. Yeah. All right. We got it. Oh, easy peasy. There we go. We want to keep this. We want to keep it northward. Okay, so you might be wondering why. Well, we'll get there. Okay. Next up, we got the sidekick. Now, I have some ideas about the sidekick. I have some ideas. Okay. So I actually laid in bed one night and I thought about it. Should we pull the sidekick from their journey? And if so, when? Or should the sidekick, this would be another guy, by the way. Or it could be a girl. We could do another girl. We could have two girls fighting over the hero. I think that's cringe, but anyway. Okay, let's do, start a poll. Is sidekick male, female? Now, this sidekick, in my opinion, should work as the foil to the hero. So, let's run a poll. All right, everyone, poll up here. Love triangles are haram. I want to go for a bro, Wooly. I'm voting for male, but I can't vote for male. But let's see what people are thinking here. I personally think love triangles are cringe. But if it's done well, you could go with like a femme fatale who like seduces in the hero for a while. There's just so many ways we could run this. Okay, are we going with... We got 7 votes in here. I don't know how many people are in here. I would be surprised if we have more than 7 in here, to be honest. Oh, holy crap. We have 12 people watching. Oh, all right. Well, thank you, everyone who is silently watching this travesty unfold. Please vote. We got 9 votes in. Oh, yay. Okay, so males... The male... Okay, it's going to be a bro. I just think... It's a little cringe if we do a love triangle. I just think it. That's how I feel. Sorry, chat. I think we should just go with it. I'm glad that chat is, like, supporting my echo chamber here. Thank you, everyone who voted. 10 votes out of 12 watchers. I'm so happy. Okay. I'm going to be closing this poll. Now we're going to do another poll. Oh my gosh, all these polls. How about no love? Okay, all right, party. Okay. Party's gonna turn into a femcel. You watch it. Okay, now we have to ask, will the sidekick... Does it have to be a love triangle if 2 women? The problem is, and Racken, I specifically stated this sidekick will be the foil. So there has to be, how can I say it? A vibe, because it's a man and it's a woman. It's just like the way it is. Whereas a foil with another bro is less likely to have romance involved. Obviously, if it's me as a Fujoshi. But if I put the gay in here, people won't read it, sadly. So we're going to keep the gay out, sadly. But we're going to stick with sidekick being bro. Girl fail foil. A females could be a foil, but how can I say it? I got to think about how to say this. Most of the secondary characters are foils, to be fair. Okay, almost all of these are foils. What I mean by this particular foil is this person is going to be the opposite of the hero. Or is going to feed into the hero's worst parts of him. No, Wooly, we already have one guide. I don't want too many mature people up in here. This guy is going to be... The way I'm going to think about it is I would like this person to be possessed, actually. This person will be... remember how we have possession and intelligent zombies shit going on? This person will be the secret antagonist. We have not yet determined Shay. But this person will be the foil to the main character, as in the mirror. So I'll actually change this from sidekick to the mirror. So, and by mirror, I mean they can both start out as being like immature people, but the hero will make the right choice and this person will make the wrong choice. I like that idea, Wooly, but I want them physical for more interaction with the other characters. We don't know yet, Leo. No idea. This is a blank slate here. Okay, so more people are voting for close after the beginning. Okay, so here's... Okay, let's pull this up here. We have... we have... Yes. Okay, so let me explain. We have the hero, which is going to be Win. We have the mentor, which is going to be Rafe. And then we have the anima, which is going to be Carrie. We need one more who will be known as the shadow. This person is going to be negative. They are going to end up corrupted and will die at the climax. This is the person who's going to die. Remember, I don't like killing people off just for lulz. This person will die, okay? This is the shadow, and this is how it's going to work. Oh, and by the way, they are possessed by the shadow. Literally by the shadow. Oh my gosh. Wooly actually read what I thought up, but I wanted to let chat percolate and maybe like stimulate my idea. Oh my gosh, Wooly. Okay, let's keep going. So Shay is asking a very good question. Are we going with a responsible friend or a flamboyant noble or noble wannabe? So Shay here is coming to basically what I came to, which is we're going with a shadow. So do we start with someone who's in the same boat as the hero but chooses differently, like in Handlebars, the rap song? Or does he have the appearance of being responsible, but deep down there is some messed up stuff going on and he goes the opposite path? So you can imagine there's two options here. I have paint ready for an NFT, writer NFT. For the sidekick, there's two options. There's the option where they go like this, and then they choose different paths like that. Or there's the option that they start opposite and their paths go like this. So this is like the hero, and the hero goes to the good place, and the supposed good guy goes to the bad place. Whereas here, the hero and the good guy are both in the bad place, at like in a kind of like a gray position. And the one guy goes to the bad place, and the one guy and the hero goes to the good place, if that makes sense. So Wooly touches on something that I thought about. Carwyn's literal partner in crime, the son of a minor noble or merchant priest, who goaded Carwyn into stealing the artifact. That made sense to me. That was what I was thinking. But I thought I would ask chat. Because maybe chat would come up with something that would be even better. But I still feel like that would make more sense. What if he's the mentor's current squire? Oh. Noble wannabe gets more conflict. Yeah. He could be a young guardsman who usually lets Carwyn slide on his hijinks. Well, if he's a flamboyant noble, obviously he's Wooly's idea. I don't know. Am I being biased, chat? Be honest with me. Am I being biased because it was my idea and then Wooly just basically wrote what my idea was? I'm worried. Okay, you know what? I'm going to sit and think about it for a little bit. I just feel like we have to put the shadow in here. I want him to be corrupted and possessed. Parties. You're sort of describing Matt in real time. I mean, this is Rand and Matt right now? Yeah. Okay. Well, then we're on to a good thing here. Let's not fix the wheel. Okay, so let's go with it. All right, so it's going to be A son of a minor noble. Let's go with merchant prince. Let's go with merchant prince, because that's a little bit more, also more similar to kind of Carwyn. Son of a merchant prince, who goaded Carwyn into stealing the artifact. And then along the way, he's going to get corrupted. They will be Carwyn's shadow, the mirror of his decisions, and then we'll say, I don't know his name. Gotta figure out a name, chat. He will end up corrupted, possessed by the shadow, and will die at the climax. Killed by Wynn. Ooh. Oh. Okay, so we will take part of Shay's idea, which is... oh, wait a minute. Who said squire? Shay said mentor's current squire. Okay, so we'll say he's the son of... Let's say he's the younger son of a minor who go to Quintus, and then we could say he is also Rafe's squire. Dismissive of Carrie. Yeah. This is good. This is good. So we'll put him under here. And the personification of his worst, of Wynn's worst ambitions. Yeah. Shay, once again, this is, I just want to highlight everyone. A lot of people might be going, we're just sitting here kind of shooting the breeze, thinking up ideas. This is where a good architect has to have some gardener sensibilities. If they aren't ready to sit and listen to input, if they aren't ready to basically like shift things around and toy with them, then things will get stale and really contrived. So this is more helpful. This is definitely more helpful. So how, oh wow, 50-50. Okay, well, we're gonna end that poll. We need to go into the psychological ramifications of living under a patriarchal imperialistic nation. Well, this nation's going to have some monarchies in it. That'll be fun. Okay, so obviously he is a younger scion of a minor merchant priest, so still toward the bottom of the poll, just slightly higher than Carwyn. Let's say a fairly busy family. Leo, this is for you. Absent father. And ladder, social ladder. Climbing mother. How about that, Leo? How about that? Are you happy now? Can you sleep tonight, Leo? Yeah. We'll make his family like workaholic and very like ambitious. Shay says, wait. Okay, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Oh, by absent father, I mean his father is present, but he's a workaholic. Absent workaholic. Father. Absent as in emotionally not there. Like he's always away. Good point. Okay, so we'll say also Rafe Squire as a way to gain social cachet with the local clerics and government. In many ways, so down here, we could say they feel like a pawn. And out of a desire for agency, choose any path to power, which leads them to corruption. If they don't, I don't know why I keep saying they, if he doesn't, let's say if he doesn't gain power, his life will be determined for him, which he is upset about because he's not mature and doesn't see the big picture. If he does gain power, though, from anywhere, it will destroy him. And it does. Yeah, he ends up possessed. Final growth target, gain power, which he does. But it leads to possession and then death. Yes, that's right. Let's kill him off. What do they want? Fun. Fun times. And freedom. Yeah, we got to keep this Nordic. Is the social ladder climbing mother what makes the hero get along with nobles, or is he not that far up? This is not the hero, Leo. The social climbing mother is the shadow's mother, not the hero's mother. The hero's mother is absolutely normal. Carwin comes from 110% normal family. There's nothing going on here that's wrong with him. He comes from a normal family. The mirror, though, comes from a fucked up family. Okay? That's why he's gonna get fucked up. It's not just it's his fault, it's also his parents' fault. Do we need a second MacGuffin? Or is he going to steal the MacGuffin after Carwin is free of it? Well, remember, Shay, we have shadows running around willy-nilly. So the artifact was a key item to dealing with the invasion of the zombie-making human-possessed shadow folk, which the Hedge Knight and Destined Hero failed to achieve. Possessed by shadow, the hero taints the cleric's created seal. So you can get possessed by a shadow free of touching anything. The seal was in fact tainted because the hero was possessed. So possession can happen completely separate from touching the seal. So, of course, obviously, Wynn is going to let everyone look at the seal and stuff like that. And, of course, Rafe is going to get upset, you know, blah, 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 blah. But we don't have to have... How can I say it? We don't have to have the mirror actually touch the seal in order to be corrupted and possessed. It could literally happen absolutely 110% separately. And we're going to set that up. And another thing is what the hero is going through could be like a slow possession or like a curse, right? Remember, the hero has a curse. But that is not the same as necessarily being A la Boromir. Yeah. Like, it's going to be completely a separate thing. He's not going to touch the seal and then be possessed. He's going to run into issues on his own. Comes from a normal family. The reason why I'm doing this epic is actually having a normal family is something, it's a dying trope. And I want to bring it back. I want to bring back what normalcy looks like for people so that people who grew up in broken homes understand exactly what they're missing. Because there's this idea that we have to make our main character edgy by, like, killing off his parents and shit. I think it's absolute bullshit. You can absolutely have someone have a completely normal family and still go on an adventure. And it's helpful as a model to understand the importance of creating a family or community unit. Now, of course, I'm not suggesting that genetic family is the only family that you can have. Obviously not. But what I'm trying to create here is a model for community living that is worth fighting for. Like what Sam says in The Two Towers. What is the MacGuffin? The MacGuffin is obviously the seal. That is the MacGuffin. Clearly, that's the catalyst. The MacGuffin and the catalyst. In fact, I would argue that most MacGuffins are catalysts. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so now let's get into what does where is this bro? Where did he go? Okay, down here. So we can fill this in at some other date. I can fill it in myself, but let's figure out what does chat think he looks like. Keep in mind the Celtic Nordic background that we're going for. And what is his name? So let's get like a general physical appearance and what is his name. Exactly, Epic. MacGuffins, there's nothing wrong with a MacGuffin. It's how you handle it. It's how you handle it. And the MacGuffin itself can be a motif. Like, there are ways of doing MacGuffins properly. Okay, so, chat. We need a name for this mirror guy who's going to get possessed. And we also need some ideas of physical descriptions, keeping it Welsh/Nordic. Keeping it Northern European. Oh, woolly. I like that. Since we're going with mirror, go opposite. I really like that idea, woolly. Have the physical appearance be thematically opposite to the main hero. What if there's a map on a knife helped by assassin decide to drop dead? Lamau. Is that a joke, Ben, or should I be laughing? Was that real? Do you want that? With dark hair. Yes. Domhnall Gleeson. Domhnall Gleeson, but with dark hair. Okay, so we need a tall, dark-haired... Oh! We're looking at... What's his face? Timothy Chalamet. Keck W. Rat boy. Okay, Domhnall Gleeson. I actually didn't mind his hux as well. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. He actually has dark hair sometimes. Like, here. So that's him with dark hair. Physically, he's tiny, right? But he's a redhead ordinarily, but we would absolutely darken him up. So this would be him when he's a redhead. But we'd want to darken that up. Any other recommendations from chat? Who said Timothy? I swear. Cillian Murphy, except is Cillian Murphy tall? Cillian Murphy tall. How tall is Cillian Murphy? He's a shorty. Ben, he's 5'7" 3/4 inches. How tall are you, Ben? Are you taller than Cillian Murphy? I do love Cillian Murphy, but he's a bit short. Chalamet looks like a girl, though. I mean, you're not wrong. He is a rat boy. Bran is Irish for Raven if he has black hair and all. Okay, Leo. Wow. Okay, so let's just double check our naming conventions here. Bran. I am okay with that. Although, isn't there like a famous person in Game of Thrones called Bran? Will we be called copycats if we use the word Bran? Jacob Elordi. Okay, I'll look that up. I'll look that up. Okay. Jacob Elordi. Oh! Oh! Oh. He's not bad, except he's a little close to Justin Trudeau. Oh. Okay, but you know, we can cope. We can cope here. He's just really close. He's just really close. But not bad. Not terrible. I like his hair. He has good hair. He's kind of cute. It's too bad his eyebrows remind me of Justin Trudeau, though. Sad. Very sad. What animal is a symbol of treason in Celtic myth? Good question. I don't know offhand. Let's look it up. We'll put him in here. He has nice hair. Trudeau, I actually don't like Trudeau's hair. I actually think Trudeau's hair looks gross. He has nice eyebrows. I think his jaw and his nose look ugly. I actually, but maybe I am a sapiosexual, kind of. That makes me sound so fucking pretentious, but I'm sorry. But anyway, I literally think that, like, people become hotter the more intelligent they are, and he is so stupid in my eyes that he actually looks, like, ugly to me. But that's because, like, I actually find some super old professors who have, like, age wrinkles simply attractive because they start talking and they're just so intelligent. It's like I start drooling. But then when the turd opens his mouth, it's like I can't even. He literally makes me want to barf when I look at his smug little face. Anyway, I can't. I'll start molding. I'm gonna start molding. Let's focus on being creative. Let's not think about politics. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay. let's look at Celtic animals linked to betrayal. Okay, so I'm looking at animal symbolism, which is a little scary because it's on a creepy website. We don't know how believable this is, but even if it's not historically accurate, we don't care. We're looking at... I have a feeling raven or crow is linked to the crone goddess, to the goddess of war or death like the Morrigan. The raven is similar to the crow in that it's deeply associated with death deities. I feel like it's the crow. Also, obviously, serpents. But in Celtic, it was linked to life because of its ability to shed its skin. I feel like we should go with the crow because he also has black hair and pale skin. What does chat think? Crow / raven? Rats, snakes, and boars. Oh, rat. Rat. Okay. Let's see if they have a rat in this list here. No, they do not. Wait a minute. They might. No, they don't. Among the Celts, the raven represents a dark side and is equated to death. Okay, so we could do raven or crow or rat. Okay. We're trying to come up with names. So what is the word for crow? Oops. What is the word for crow in Celtic? Oh. Oh. I'm expecting our third boy in June. I've been going around with baby websites. One name stuck me, Corvus. Corvus is a little too close to coronavirus. Yeah, you delete your account, you stupid person. Bran. We can't do Bran, though, because it's from Game of Thrones. Brannigan. Brandon. We don't want to do Brandon, because every time I look at the word Brandon, I think of Brandon Sanderson. That's like a no for me. Corvin. Or Corvus. Bertram. Lonan. Merle. Actually, Merle is not so bad. Phineas means vulture, and they would call him Finny for short. And they would just call him Finny for short. Finny. Conand stood out. Corvus, Corax. kind of like Corax. Phineas Corax. Phineas Corax. I kind of like the name Phineas. If we shortened it down to Finny, it's fine. I'm just worried that Phineas sounds boring and strange. Finny. Lonan. Yeah, Lonan is also nice. Yeah, so we would call him Phineas. I don't know his last name yet. Finny. And then, or Finn, technically. We would call him Finn. Yeah, Lonan is nice as well. Maybe we should put Lonan down here. Let's put Lonan as one of the brothers, because we just love that. That's a nice one. Foley. Let's put that name down. Yeah, let's just... Yeah, Finn. Yeah. Okay. Last name. We gotta get a last name for this family. They're a merchant prince. They could have been once upon a time just lowly merchants, and then they tried to princify their name as they got more and more wealth and became tycoons. Should we have like the like some of the Dutch people have like a de where they add on something to their name? Finn. Actually, I like it with a Y. That does look nicer. Finn and Win. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. This is gonna be a wreck. Finn and Win. Aland sounds noble. Let's put Aland down there. Remember, no name is bad here because honestly, I can use it for other stuff. So let's throw it in there. If you guys say fun names, I will put them in there. Okay. Last name. Okay, out of desperation, we are going to go to Reedsy. This is where I go when I get stuck. Do we want to do... Let's just check the Welsh. We're gonna check male names. Prothero. Wow. Prothero. That's a last name. Pritchard. Hovey. Harry's is actually nice. Harry's is actually nice. Bonner. Phineas Bonner. Actually, that's not so bad. Conway. Irwood. Halen. Halen sounds like a gorgeous female name. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna put that down. I actually love that for a female name. Halen. I think that's beautiful. That's a beautiful name. Epic. Fawn. Get. Oh my gosh. Shay is going crazy over there. Okay. Bonner, I don't mind. Irwood. Phineas Irwood. Wait a minute. What's our character's last name? Aisling. Aisling and Irwood. Yvonne. Oh, that's another pretty girl name. I'm going to put that down there. Yvonne. Let's make the mom's name Yvonne. Yeah, let's get that. Yvain. Actually, I kind of like Yvain even better. Yeah. Murix. Keelan. Phineas Keelan. Phineas. Or why am I doing this? I'm overthinking this, right, chat? I'm overthinking it. I'm just waiting for Wooly to be like, that's it, Chief. Just choose something. Okay. We're going to go. I'm going to go with Bonner. That is just so weird. Maybe Bonner's son? Yeah. Something like that. Yeah. Okay. Done. All right. Now, obviously, I would ordinarily be filling this all in. I'll fill it in on my own time. We have a general idea now. I'll just put down here that he is pale-skinned, dark-haired, tall, slender, and when he fights, what would he be fighting with, given how tall and slender he is? What? Vertical challenge? What is a vertical challenge? What is a Poor Wooly. He's suffering over here. Okay. Combat people. We have a tall, slender young man, not very... Like, he's a squire, so he has had some training. But what would be his weapon of choice given his more beanpole build? Spear? Ben's going with spear. Any other takers here? What is he going to use? He will obviously be trained in, let's say, has trained in the short sword, probably. He's probably not swinging a great sword. Let's all be real here. Short sword, bow and arrow, obviously. A spear and a... Ooh, rapier. 2 knives. A mace. Okay, so we're going to go with... Like, he's obviously covering all of his bases, because Rafe is teaching him, right? Rafe is going to teach him everything. But I feel like... Rapier, pair of knives, Morningstar. Knives. Well, he would obviously carry... I mean, they're all probably carrying some kind of a knife on them. Yeah, let's put in a spear. Let's put in a spear. I think we don't have enough spear representation. So, trained in... We'll say prefers spear. Prefers spear. Wow, look at that. Ben and Emmy are now super represented. The spear dominated the battlefield. Swords were just sidearms. A rapier would get him the gaps. Spears are practical but lowborn. I'm not sure when rapiers became common in a symbol of status. Oh, right. Okay. So let's say prefer spear or rapier, but it's going to be something like that. Okay. We can always hammer that down another night. All right, now let's keep going. We're going to ignore tertiary characters for now, but ordinarily, guess what, chat? I would also break down most of the tertiary characters into some very simple information like the name, who they are, what do they want, physical appearance, and personality and behavior. And this is because even if they are only like there for a couple chapters, I want to give them the sense that there's more going on in their life than that moment, okay? And that can be through extra dialogue that just kind of touches lightly on who they are and what they are about. And it gives this sense of depth, the sense of if the writer had wanted, they could have gone down the road with this character. So I usually do it for most of the important speaking characters. And then the true tertiary characters, which is crowds in the background, crowds milling around, I usually don't spend time thinking about that too much, because by the time I do world building, that kind of information is already kind of settled in. Rapier doesn't make sense without guns. Gay Bulg is legendary. Shoal, I don't know how to say this, but we're doing a male character who's tall and slender. We're not doing a female character. Late medieval, early modern. Yeah. I'm gonna guess there's some sort of planning that goes into his shit, simp, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to go with a spear and short sword. Let's keep it simple. Spear and short sword, which is similar to a rapier, but not quite. Okay. Setting. Okay, now we get down to the map. Okay, so I did some research, as you can see here. I tried to think about how long would it take to get somewhere. How long do I want the story to spend? And I decided I want them to be walking for 35 to 40 days. That's right, we're going to be working with a limited month-long walk. This walk is going to take place between what we would argue to be Estonia and Portugal. So we're going to go from the north and we're going to move southwest to the south. A short sword is not at all rapier. Yeah, I'm aware, Emmy. I'm aware. I am very aware. But since rapiers are too modern, we're going to go with a short sword because it's a smaller, lighter sword. That's what we're saying. Are there horses? Well, we're spending 30 to 40 days. There are going to be chunks of the book where it's going to be like, and then they walked for like another, week, right? We're not going to be like doing a detailed breakdown hour by hour of their entire journey. So if we are working with 35 days, 35-day walk minimum, that means day 1 will encompass. So there will be the beginning 2 chapters. Let's say the first 2 chapters. So already now chat can see how we're already starting to think about the big picture view here. So chapters 1 through 2 are going to be the beginning, the introduction, the call to adventure. And by chapter 3, they're walking. So from chapter 3 to and then we got a prologue setup of shadows, and we have an epilogue, which we could have the return home, and then chapter 19 through 20 is the climax and resolution. So chapter 3 to 18 will be walking, and that will cover 35 days of walking. But yeah, we could have some horses. Yes, we could have some horse. Obviously, they will be horsing. But I want to give them, let's say 30 days of walking / riding. Oh, Shoal is. Shoal was behind. Whatever. That's why he was talking about the girl. Okay. Okay, so if we're doing walking / riding, We could even cut this down to 20 days. We could even cut this down to 20 days given that they're riding. But I don't want it to be... I want to give us some breathing room for things to happen. Yeah. 20 days isn't that... That doesn't make sense. You would need to half it. What are you talking about, Simp? Half what? I'm not sure Google Maps accounts for sleeping. Assumes you're constantly walking. Yes, yes. So what I'm saying is, okay, Simp, what I'm doing here with the Google Maps, okay, I need to clarify what I'm doing here, okay? What I'm doing here is I'm giving myself a ballpark. This is by no means set in stone. Okay, so when I say I'm going to plan a 35-day walk based off of this map, what I'm suggesting is there's going to be 30 nights of sleeping along this way. I'm not taking Google 100%, if that makes sense. You need time to forage and hunt. And once again, okay, let's go to the map. Okay, let's just go to the map. Okay, here. I made a map. Okay, now you might ask, how did you make this map? Okay, I made it in Incarnate. So I'm using this map making software here. It's called Incarnate. So if you want to try it yourself, there is a free version, but it is limited. But essentially, I made a map here, okay? We're going to be starting up here, up in this corner, up here. And we are going to go all the way down to the southwest. So we're going to move from the north to the southwest. And essentially, you can see I put a mountain range. I put some forests. So we can have them have to detour. We can have them getting lost. We can have them get stuck in the mountain passes. We could have them decide to go around the mountain and then down and in. Does this assume you're constantly walking without rest? Don't worry, Sim. Google is assuming you're constantly walking without rest. We are not assuming you're constantly walking without rest. When I said 35 days, I meant like their journey will take 35 days to happen. Like day and night. Assuming rest, assuming hunting, assuming getting lost, assuming getting stuck, assuming taking a detour. Right? So this is assuming 35-day length for plot, assuming proper sleep, rest, hunting, getting lost, detouring, distractions, all of that. Yeah. So we gotta think about terrain. We gotta think about terrain here. Well, Simp is asking some questions that I think a lot of authors don't ask, which is very good to see Simp asking these questions, because there are some authors who literally don't work with an actual map. The reason why I started with a Google map, everyone, is it gives me a mental idea of length and continental size, okay? It doesn't mean that these people are walking 35 days straight, okay? Or 40 days straight. That's not what I'm suggesting here. What this is doing is it's helping me, how can I say this? It's because I am very visual, okay? I'm a very visual person in terms of I need to see a picture. So this helped me create this. And you can see that there's some similarities, but I changed some things. And you can see here that I put in some rivers, I put in some forests, I put some wasteland. I put some mountains. And this will hopefully provide us enough interference to slow the time down. But we could aim to plan for 35 days, right? For 35 days generally. But that 35 day will not be covered in detail by the plot. There will be some days that we won't even talk about. They'll be just mentioned in passing, right? Because that's not how a narrative works. This isn't a travelogue journal or anything like that. So this is just a general map. And we got some place names that we don't know at all. So, chat, now is time. We need to at least figure out the starting location in the north and the ending location in the south. Now, the ending location in the south is going to be Spanish Roman influence. So, chop chop, Spanish-speaking people. It's your time to come up with a Spanish type, Italian type city name for the south. And then we want a very Nordic, Celtic-ish city name in the top for this top city. So for the starting location and the ending location, we'll need that before we go into other stuff. Can everyone hear me? I'm just checking. Yep, okay. Things are fine. Los Angeles. Lamau. El Dump. Harsh, Ben. Harsh. Very harsh. El Dump. That would be the north. Los Mortis Misera. What does El Pato Trompeta sound like? What do these names mean, Tab and Wooly? What am I signing up here for? Oh, okay. Tab's making a joke. Okay, thank goodness. I was scared. Darodel. Not so bad. Sounds a little bit dwarvish to me, I'm not gonna lie. City of the Suffering Dead? Okay. I think that would be fine for the wilderness. We have to remember that people... is this lower area... Is this lower area going to be mainly occupied by zombies? That is a good question. Should the ending city be like Garlemald in Endwalker? What does chat think? Okay, good question. Think Spain, Tab. It's like Spain and Italy. Mediterranean climate, some desert, like a palm, or like more, summer type trees. Oh, survivor cities. Okay. Would Garlemald fit the tone of the book? Okay, good question. So Ben, this final city where they're going to go and do the sealing would be where they failed. So I kind of agree with Wooly's kind of subtle notion that the city would have been called La Mortis Misera, because there's this kind of concept of the city is overrun with the zombie stuff for the most part. But we could have like enclaves that are like walled in and are fighting to kind of recapture, or people living in the mountains and the hills outside the city who are still kind of like trying to eke out a living, right? So the city's new name could be what Wooly said, Las Mortis Misera. But once upon a time, that city used to be beautiful. That city used to be the capital of the Southern Kingdom. What would it have been called? Yes, yeah, like the state that it's in, Ben. Yeah, like run down, like post-apocalyptic. Oh, the North City is not Spanish, Tab. The North City is not Spanish. The North City is Celtic. Okay, so imagine that this is up here in the north, this is British / Nordic / Norse / Welsh. Down here in the south, it's Spanish Italian. Madrid or Barcelona. The not dead city place. Bosque Calmo. Oh, okay. Okay, so we'll say Bosque. We're gonna go with old name. And then where is it? Las Mortis Misera, new name. Okay, Northern City. We have Darodeld, Highkeld. I like Highkeld. That's nice. Harusa. Arcosa. Oh, I actually like that name, Miro, so I'm going to put that as another place name. Picture. General description. And I'm going to put Carcosa because I actually really like that. And that will be maybe this little town down here. Do you see? Probably can't see it, but there's a town down here by the lake. Carcosa. Southeast town. By the wastelands. And swamp. Mortis Speranza. Mortis Speranza. Cauldron? Emmy? Cauldron is for what? Can you let me know where you see the cauldron? Death Hope. Oh my lord, Tab. That is actually really good. Oh no. Oh, that's actually really solid because it goes with the theme of loss of hope for our knight who actually came from this town. That's actually really good. Okay. Cauldron. What would cauldron be for? Eski Kirk? I know that Negro or I actually don't know how to say Negro in Spanish, so I apologize to everyone who is both African and Spanish in chat. But the problem with saying Negro is that, how can I say this? People are going to read it as Negro. In this day and age, people are stupid. And I think they're going to apply to it very terrible connotations if we put it in. McKill Cliff. I said Negro? Is it proper? Okay. All right. Well, look at me. Negro. Yeah. McKill Cliff. Okay. Poor. Okay, I did. All right. Well, thank you, everyone who speaks Spanish. I'm a little worried about using it, though, because, like, is the town in a physical depression? I don't know if it's in a physical depression. Did not think about putting it in a physical depression, but I just think, like, people would see that word and they wouldn't see the Spanish version. I know that there's a word for black, but people will lose their shit. You know what I mean? And I know that, like, Epic probably would hopefully understand that we're not trying to be racist here, but people would take it and be extremely upset. Okay. This northern town, though, McKill Cliff, I'm worried. We're writing for, like, 16 to 25-year-old men. We're writing for Ben, okay? Ben the baker. They need help, okay? We don't want to during Black History. Is it Black History Month right now? Albios, actually. Emmy. Oh. I'm actually... That's actually really good. Oh. I kind of like it. Let's go with that. All right. Let's stop overworking this. So I wrote down some time period stuff. We're going to work in kind of like the 1100s-ish. I said 2 months. We're going to cut that down to 1 month duration for the narrative. And we got some fantasy dates. So I'll fill that in with a timeline. But here we have an early timeline here. We have 1196 is the inciting incident where the artifact was not destroyed and the knight retires in despair. 19 years pass until 1215, wherein, let's say they leave early September. So we'll leave in the early autumn, September. Carwin makes contact with the artifact and sets out on his journey. And by autumn, October-ish / early November, Carwin returns triumphant with the group. Now we have some continents, and this continent is going to be, so we already figured out the distances for travel time, which is going to be 30 to 40 days one way. So actually, if they're returning home, they will probably not be home until November. So we'll take out, we'll say November. They return triumphant. Okay, so 30 to 40 days one way. North-South European biome. Where are the monsters located? I think they would be located in the forests. They've corrupted this area of the continent, and they are taken over this area here. So everything in between here, I think, should be a goner. So we'll set, I'll make another map where I set that. Continent names, do we need to set up continent names? Oh, dang. We at least need 2 continent names. One for the main location and one for the Should we just call it the Dark Continent? We need to figure out the continent 1 name and continent 2 name. And then we can go into planning the story, I think. Ben says no. What is no? Okay. Never mind. We're going to ignore the continents. I'll make up continent names later. We have north and south. We have races. We have rulers that we could fill in. Now, obviously, we're not going to spend too much time on this because I want to get 2 chapters. But basically here, you could fill in what is the ruler in the north, what is the ruler in the south. So here it would be cleanse the corruption, and take back their lost capital and land. And here is fend off the corruption and keep their people safe. Success thanks to win. And then down here, success thanks to win, but they still have a long road ahead of them. So it's not like they wave their wand and everything's okay at the end. When will continent name come up while traveling for a month? During lore. During lore. What's his face? Raphael would know. It's part of Raphael's story. Yeah. Wynn is not dying. His best friend is dying. So we will have a king for up here. And we'll have a queen for down there. And I am going to do this because I literally... Alaric. And... Estefania. Okay. This is how we do it. Estefania and Alaric. Alright. Done. Honestly, we're just trying to fill things in just in case it comes up later when we're building it. You could spend too much time in here, but I think we've done a good job, like, not doing too much one way or the other. Another great website to use is Fantasy Name Generator. I love this place. So we can go in here, places and continent names, and then you could just go through. Usually what I'll do is, like, I'll pick something that looks workable, and then I'll tweak it. You never take it just fully. So, like, Heowea, for example, that's Wilden, who is... Some of this is, like, complete gobbledygook. So you have to take it and you have to tweak it a little bit. So that's another way to do the continent question. Okay, so what if you have a multi-book series, okay? I usually do this section about the multi-book in tandem with the outline. Okay, so let's go into the outlines. So the first outline we're going to do 3 basic outlines. So we're going to do the brief sketch outline. We're going to do the plot graph outline. And then we're going to do the chapter summary outline. Now, each of these outlines does a different job, and I'm going to go through each one. So if you are struggling as someone with figuring out outlines, like what is that all about, fear not, we are going to get into that right now. So the brief sketch outline is basically what I would call kind of like, can you write it in like a single paragraph? So this is where we have this stuff here. So I'll show you. So in the beginning, long ago, we could say long ago, a shadow grew and spread from one continent to the others. An artifact was created by powerful mages. A key item that would halt the invasion of the zombie-making, human-possessing shadow folk. The sealing, however, failed. Witnessed by the hedge knight, Rafe, and his friend, the destined hero, who this was witnessed by the hedge knight Rafe and his failed to achieve the sealing due to being possessed. We could then say possessed by the shadow. The hero tainted the cleric created seal, which was then hidden in the north. Now possessed by the corrupted spirit of the hero. And then we'll say the story begins when Wynn steals the artifact, sets off the alarm, drawing the shadows to the north in a bid to save himself, who being cursed, and his people. Wynn sets out with Rafe, the hedge knight, Carrie, his female friend, and the hedge knight's goddaughter, and what was his Finn, his close friend. And then we could say they travel through the wilderness, encounter trials and challenges, grow and mature and transform. Wynn becomes a man, but Finn is secretly possessed by the shadow. When they reach their destination for the sealing, Wynn has to battle his own friend, overcome the shadow, seal the darkness, stop the corruption. We'll get into the details of what that is exactly, and then return home. And then we'll say at the end of the story, when gets the girl, learns more about himself, and brings hope to his friends and the world. Okay, so that's it. That's the overall summary. I recommend you try to get it down into one paragraph as far as you are able to. This paragraph up here, I mean, we could even take this part out and just talk about the outline, because the other stuff is leading into it. This is not actually what the book is about. This is what the plot will entail. This is quite similar to The Shadow of What Was Lost. You might want to add that to the competition. I've never read that, Simp, but sure, okay. No, Wooly. It would be part of, like, a conversation where they talk about where the shadow comes from. Then they would talk about the continent. I'm not talking about him telling Wynn where to go. Obviously, they don't need to talk about a second continent if it's all on one continent. It would be more of, like, fleshing it out during a conversation about where the shadow came from. Okay, so that is the sketch outline. So I usually use the sketch outline to see, like, what is the basics, what is the absolute basics of the story, what is the nutshell, I suppose. And if it gets too big, if this paragraph gets too big, it means your story scope is probably whack. You probably got to think about it. Okay, next we're going to go into plot outlines. Okay, so you probably have seen people talking about plot mountains or plot graphs. So I'll show you what I mean. Here are plot graphs. Now, I have to warn you that these plot graphs are deceptive, okay? Because this is the plot graph we would give to a child, okay? And there, it's fine. It's fine. But generally speaking, I would recommend other forms, other ways of thinking about it. And so we're going to take a little look at this here. So here's the plot pyramid. Very simple. You use that to teach kids and teens. The plot embryo is basically the hero journey. Both positive and tragic. We're going to go, so here's the hero's journey down here as well. I'm not familiar with Snowflake or Save the Cat. I'm going to ignore those. We're going to go for the 7-point plot structure. So this is a bit more closer to what we're going to be doing. So we will have a hook. Then we'll have the plot turn 1. Then we'll have a pinch 1. Then we'll have a midpoint Then we'll have a pinch 2. Then we'll have a plot turn 2. And then we'll have a resolution. Now, for the plot turn 2, we would call this the climax. Okay. So if we go back to what we have here, we're going to input it in here. And this is where we're going to break things down so that makes sense. Shay, hopefully, Hero's Journey. Yeah. Hero's Journey is something we're going to keep in mind as well. All right. We're not tossing Hero's Journey out as well. So that we're going to have a call to adventure. We're not going to have a refusal of a call per se. We're going to have a call to adventure. We're going to have a meeting of the mentor. So we'll have the call to adventure. Then we'll have meeting the mentor. There's the first threshold, tests, and enemies and allies, approach to the cave, the ordeal, reward, road back, and ordinary world. We're not going to do resurrection per se. We're gonna turn things around here. We're going to, after the ordeal, we're going to have the death and resurrection, which would be the climax area, the reward, and then the road back. So if we're going to take and input it here, we would put here the ordinary world. Then down here, we're going to put call to adventure. Meeting the mentor and the first threshold. We'll also put in here enemies and allies. The pinch one will be the first test. Midpoint will be the we'll say the second test. We'll call this the cave. This is the challenge of the self. This will be the death and resurrection of the self. And resolution will be the reward and road back. So now that we is Emmy saying a campfire conversation where Raphael gives a laconic lore dump? Yeah, Wooly. And once again, it wouldn't be like, oh yes, you know, blah blah blah, but it would be like offhand. It would be very offhand, and the reason why I would do it is, once again, it's not okay. So you know how like you start one of those mobile games or one of those terrible MMOs, and they were like, far in the distant of the land of Moria, there was a famous hero who fought the Agilis and the Lacrimoris, and they returned after his many adventures. He returned to Albioric, where he refounded his realm of Amoritus, and from there the Amoritians grew in power until they spread throughout the continent of Mercy. And you're just like, right, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. What we're doing is probably within the first 3 to 4 chapters, we're going to have him give a very short Cole's notes. Like, remember, he's like a grumpy dad. And and you could have these kids, younger men and women around him being like, where did it come from? And he'd just be like, you don't want to know. It's this other continent over there. I only laid eyes on it once. Any who step foot on it were never seen again, type of thing. It wouldn't be intended to... We're not dumping this lore on the reader from the get-go. We're filling it out with crumbs, but we want to give those crumbs because it gives depth to the entire planet. It gives the sense that if the writer had wanted to, they could have gone down that road. Yeah. Or Elrond, Wooly. Anyway, so here we have like what I would call the general yeah, so this would be the general kind of plot graph outline that I would go with. So underneath here, we will say introduce Wynn, Albios. Perhaps we would do Finn as well. Wynn and Finn. The twins of trouble. And also on top of that, we would do Wynn's family. And we would also tease the underlying issues of the MMC. Now, for this section here, which is call to adventure, meeting the mentor, enemies and allies, the first threshold, etc., etc. Here we have Wynn is challenged by Finn and Baron to snag the artifact, which he attempts, and then we could say he touches the artifact, but then Rafe catches him. Wynn is affected by the artifact, but initially refuses to take responsibility and returns home. And then maybe on the way home, he is waylaid by his friends who get him to go with them to the forest. There they are challenged by shadow monsters. Maybe Baron is hurt, who knows. And Rafe saves them. Wynn is confronted with the truth. His interaction with the artifact has started a chain of events that have affected him. Now, since they're challenged by shadow monsters at this point, unknown to MMC, Finn is corrupted. Possibly. You can discuss when that actually happens, but this would be a fantastic start. And then Wynn agrees to go on quest with Rafe. Finn is brought along as Rafe's squire, and Carrie invites herself, refusing to, wishing to support her godfather, and win, as well as have an adventure. She's kind of like following the Eowyn archetype. Yeah, exactly. So this is why we're setting this up. You know, here we will add here, show how Wyn and Finn are true friends, etc. Now, we could transform Finn later, but once again, we can talk about that as we move through here, okay? Now, you might think, well, now it's time to do the next part. No, actually, we're gonna go down to the resolution. So the resolution is the reward and the road back. So we could say, the I don't want to call it a portal, but the portal to the shadow world is closed and sealed by the artifact. Queen Estefania is able to rally her people and take back her city. Wyn, Rafe, and Carrie return home. Wyn and Carrie are a couple. So Wyn and Finn fight. Finn is mortally wounded and dies. Wyn collapses, nearly giving into the curse. What did we have? What did we have? He is tended to. However, he overcomes it by... How does he overcome it? Allowing for the seal to take effect. The reason why I kind of want hesitation, Wooly, is that I feel like Wyn... The character we created for Wyn is that he drags his feet and he wants to take the easy way out. I just don't think he is mentally and character-wise ready to take responsibility right away. I think he has to see for himself what the big problem is before he's like, oh, okay, yeah, I need to go. Having him just up and go makes him too agential at this stage, given how we're writing him. Roman friendship, Lamau, tab, Lamau. No. Okay. So the plot turn is Finn is possessed and reveals his embrace of the shadow. So that is all within the climax. Now, leading up to his fight with Finn and the shadow, I think we need to transform Wyn so that he is a true man. And remember that his growth point is His growth point is he learns to persevere and recognize the importance of character over worldly possessions, status, or appearances. Substance over style. So down here, we have to make it so that in his cave moment, he realizes that he has to be ready to make the... So here, he has to learns... what he learns is to accept the reality that he may have to sacrifice himself. Yeah, Wooly. Okay, I'm good with that. Okay, so initially refuses to take and runs away. Let's say this. Runs away. Have Finn go with him. And then Wynn touches the artifact, not Finn. Then Rafe catches the two young males. And Wynn is affected, but initially refuses to take response and runs away with Finn. And then on the way home, let's say they will cut this part out and we'll say they are challenged by shadow monsters on the way home. It still feels a little contrived that they leave like within half an hour of... Yeah, that bothers me. Like, what are the odds? Although we set it up that there are shadows lingering already, right? We already set that up, I think, in the world building, that the shadows have been like moving around the city all this time, right? Okay, you know what? If we set it up so that here, Rafe warns them that the artifact has alerted the shadow, which has been looming on the edges of the Great Northern City. The shadow will penetrate the city for the artifact. They need to help move the artifact now. And since Wynn has touched it, he needs to be with the artifact. And then they run away home, and then on the way home, they're attacked. How about that? Okay, so some ways to show his growth that come to mind. He starts taking over squire duties from Finn. I like that. Okay. Let's put that in after the first test. After the first test, after the first test, he's going to start taking on squire duties and actually listening to Rafe. After the second test, he will grow closer to Carrie, defend her from Finn's barbs, and ask for advice. So this is where I think the second test will push him toward his anima. That is to, or toward his like ability to talk with people and ask for advice from Rafe, which is different from listening. So here he's listening. Midpoint, he's asking for advice, which is completely different. You can hear someone talking at you all day and be like, oh, that's a fair point. It's a different thing to humble yourself and ask someone for advice. That's a whole other kettle of fish. You could have a spiritual assault happen as they escape the city, like leave the city. Wooly, have like a spiritual assault when they go out of the city. So we can put a spiritual assault over here. I like the small issue they could have resolved, but do a moment of pride, they let slide in it, hunt them, they let it go this far due to their arrogance. Okay, so the thing about our main male character Tab is that he's passive. He always wants to go the easy way out. He has a sense of vanity, but it's not... he's not macho. Let's say that. He's not macho at all. In fact, this is about soy to alpha. This is a soy boy becoming alpha. Epic says this is incredibly detailed. Yes, this this is detailed. Wait till you get to our chapter summary outline. Okay, this is how we're gonna go. Okay, what is going to be their first test? So we got to think of like a monster here. We have to have a second test or challenge. I think it needs to be linked. The second test should be linked to Carrie. The first test should be linked to Rafe. And the cave, challenge of the ego, the climax is linked to Finn. And the challenge, the cave is, I want it to be way more personal. So let's take a look at the map. So remember, we have about 30 days. Let's say, got 30 days between here and here. Okay, I'm gonna actually do this so we can have the map while working on so if we have 30 days pinch 1 should encompass the first 10 days. So pinch 1 would be day 1 through 10. Now, once again, this feels contrived, but this is going to just help us get an idea here. Midpoint is day 10 through 20. Pinch 2 is day 20 to day 30. And the climax, which is linked to Finn, will be day 30 to 35. That is to say, from day 30 to 31. And then resolution will be day 32 onward, which would be technically to day 60 something, because it would take another 30 days to get back, but that's not important. We don't care about that shit. It's going to do like a whole Bilbo thing in the end of The Hobbit where it's like, and then he walked back and then he got back to the Shire and then this is what happened. So we're not going to focus on anything that happens from this day to anything between day 32 and day 60 because we literally don't care. What we are going to care is about day 60 when they get home. Then he let it pass because he's too lazy to be active to solve something? Yeah, sure. I'm trying to think... Oh, okay, so... Okay, so we'll say Rafe saves them from a spiritual assault. Here. Okay. We'll go into what that looks like later. Remember, we are not trying to get hyper detailed. This is simply detail. Not hyper detail. We'll do hyper detail later. We'll get into the weeds later. This is only the second form of an outline that we're going to do. We're going to continue paring it down and paring it down. So day 1 to 10, I imagine, if we look at the map here, I don't know if chat can see the map because things are getting a little small here. Let me see if I can... Oh boy. Things are getting a bit tight. But hopefully... Yeah. Okay. So, day 1 through 10 should be along the river, and they should encounter something on the plain or in the forest along the river. The same thing should repeat, but this time Wynn fights back while Finn succumbs. So, Willie, would you be a proponent of Finn being corrupted later then? I like him being corrupted earlier because then it has a reread value, so you can go back and look at the hints that show that Finn is no longer entirely this person that he was before. I kind of like that kind of shiz. It's a rare thing that we see. It offers a reread value. If it's just they're going along, and then at the climax Finn gives in, it feels kind of simplistic. I don't know. Maybe I just love foreshadowing and mystery. Okay, so Tab. For the first test, you think that he will... Maybe he well, he's obviously going to fail the first test. He has to fail this. So Wynn is going to fail it. But what will the first test be? Like, will it be a monster? Or will it be an interpersonal conflict thing? Or will they have a disagreement and split up? I'm trying to think. I think we need to make sure that there's fighting. I think they have to fight a monster of some kind. Fighting a monster. What is it? I don't know. Of some kind. And Rafe is shouting orders. Finn and Wynn, let's say the boys, aren't listening to orders. They get hurt. Everyone gets hurt. Except for Carrie. Everyone gets hurt except for Carrie, who is keeping her distance, obviously. They beat the creature at a cost. Carrie has to heal everyone, basically. Good night, Simp. Yeah, so Tab, you and I are on the same thing here. They beat the creature, but it's like they got bumps and scrapes, and there's a wound or two, you know, not like a serious wound, but you know, enough of a wound that's like, oh man, that shouldn't have needed to, has to heal everyone. Rafe scolds the boys. Finn blows him off, but Wynn listens and thinks about it. Get knocked out. Spirits of the dead whisper sweet cold nothing as Carrie tends to their wounds. Ooh, I kind of like that as well. Yeah. Let's put in Win gets knocked out. Knocked out and hears shadows talking to him through the dead. Yeah, I like that idea. This is going to be low magic, right? Yes, Leo. Yeah. They disobey Raphael, and then boom, they're out. That's the first test. And from that time on, he's going to listen to Rafe. He's going to listen to Rafe because he's going to be like, oh, yes, that's right. He knows what he's doing. All right. Then we got to get to the second test. Now, the second test is day 10 to 20. I don't know if chat can see this, but there is a city here that I placed here, or we could send them to this port town here. I kind of like the idea of this port town here. And the idea is that this would be very similar to, in Pilgrim's Progress, the city of, like, the Eternal Delights, where Carrie is like, you gotta be careful, and the boys have that kind of, like, Book of Wisdom kind of thing where they get in a brawl. Here, the shadows are more populous because of this wilderness here. So the idea being that they didn't listen to Carrie, warning them about, you know, ladies of the night. And basically they nearly get assassinated. They get robbed. Ooh, I kind of like that. Yeah, I kind of like the robbing part too, though. That'd be interesting. I wonder if we could work that in. But I kind of feel like they should be, the location should be, so the location here is along the river by the forest. The location here is the port town. And we could work in Miro's port town. Actually, we could move Miro's port town name up to there. And basically, I think it would be... yeah. So, fighting the seduction of money and women. Basically, Rafe and Carrie warn Finn, the boys. So once again, we got the boys. Finn blows, remember, we're going to still go with Finn blows off Rafe and Carrie. Snipes at Carrie. Win is more quiet and thoughtful. This is what's going to save the day, essentially. I think what we need to do is have Finn is totally robbed and is nearly poisoned to death. Poisoned. Or we could say is poisoned. Which Carrie has to deal with. Poor girl. Win nearly gets drugged and has to fight with Rafe against another shadow-related spiritual assault in the port town. And the shadow could take the form of a dark, voluptuous female, kind of like a succubus type. Reason to go to Port Town. Take a riverboat inland. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna steal that, Wooly. I accept. This is fine. We're gonna just stick this here. That just helps us remember for later. Author's poorly hidden kink? What's my kink? What's my kink? My kink is two guys getting it on. I have as yet to put in some nice yaoi goodness in here, so no, none of my kinks. Well-endowed shadows, that's not my kink. Wooly! Wooly knows. Yeah. There would be some, like, non-consensual hot cat boy gay sex going on, Arm. Trust me. Don't worry. My kink is not getting in here. This is the furthest. Ugh, this makes me want to puke in my mouth. But bros will like it. Bros want to see this. Bros low-key want to be accosted in the dark by a succubus voluptuous lady. But they need to learn that this is bad. This is gonna, you know, this is not good. So then after that, Wynn kind of gets wise. After that, he gets closer to Carrie. He defends her from Finn's barbs and asks Ray for advice. A black-furred catboy? Well, a black-haired catboy. I don't like fur on the body. The less hair on a man's body, kind of the better for me. But, I mean, like, if the man obviously is very smart and intelligent, I'll find him attractive, whatever is on his body. But Party knows that I actually like smooth chest versus hairy chest. But, I mean, once again, if man so smart, hairy chest will be beautiful too. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, pale-skinned, green eyes, black hair. That's kind of my attraction, but I'm going to be frank. I kind of like started low-key hitting on like I started like low-key thinking, like, there was this one guy who made my Subway sandwiches really, really well in China, and he taught me how to order the Subway sandwich that I liked in Chinese. And TLDR, I thought he was really cute for a long time because he was help get out of my head. What's in your head, Ben? The succubus? You want to be with the shadow lady? You want... Okay. See, Ben has a kink, Arm. That's Ben's kink. I'm writing for Ben's kinks, okay? Okay. All right. Now, for the cave, if we are going with this port town here, okay, so if we want to edit this slightly in terms of their travels, I would think that we want to go down here. That's part 1. Across here. And then through here to the King's Road. Or, what Wooly suggested, through here to the King's Road. The King's Road is somewhere up here. Now, in this area here, or this area here, or we go this way to the King's Road. I'm not sure where the King's Road would be on this map. But one of these two areas is where the cave will happen. Now, the cave is an issue where the main character has a breakdown. So what is this breakdown going to be? And is this going to be related to the environment and the map? So where on the map would this be, Wooly? Is the King's Road like here? So is that the King's Road? Like, so is the King's Road, let's say here? And the cave is in here, in like the marshy area? I think if we do it in the marshy area, I think that would be really great. Let's say there's like a fog. It separates everyone. And the fog can represent kind of like the fog of despair and decision making. This is where having multiple perspectives would be really powerful, because then you could have basically like a scene for each one of them in the fog, but we're not doing that. We're limiting it. So you can see here the first con really that we've run into. Something to do with the possessing seal character. Yeah. So let's do it in the location will be the wilderness south of the port town, swampy marsh wilderness. Let's say it begins with a fight due to interpersonal and character issues. Stomps off. Fog sets in. Company is separated in the fog. MMC, that would be Win, has to battle the whispers of the dead / shadows as he finds his companions in the wilderness again. Oh, I love that last one. The king's road has fallen into such disrepair, his newly found resolve is tested by mundanity. Well, yeah, and we could have the road like collapsing. Okay, I'm gonna put that in. The king's road is newly found by mundanity. Let's have road collapsing. Into swamp and mud. Yeah, Rafe wouldn't be on edge. My idea, Wooly, would be as the boys rushed off and were battling and stuff, Rafe would stick with Carrie, basically. Because I feel like he would have his instinct to protect Carrie first. Swamp trolls. Ooh, swamp trolls. I like that. Attack. Separating the group. Okay, so let's clean this up here. His newly found by mundanity. Road collapsing to mud. We'll put midges in here. So mental distress. Let's say everyone is affected except Rafe. Then we could say fighting rises between Win and Finn as sparked by Carrie. Finn is like bro over hoe type thing. Bros over hoes. And then, let's say, swamp, trolls, attack. Separating the group, fog sets in. Let's have the fog setting in fairly early on. Cold fog sets in. Company is separated in the fog. And that's when they have to... Yeah, I mean, this map is very simplistic, but we could make this whole area here, Leo. We could make this whole area right in here, like just a whole... I have limitation on how I would make this map, but I could go in here and add more lines to intimate that this whole thing is a network of tiny rivers and streams, and it's just a marshy marsh. You know what I mean? Like, so marsh that you'll be sick of hearing it. And so then here he accepts the reality that he has to keep persevering for the good of the others, even if it means that he has to sacrifice himself. Yeah, so marshy, not even Gollum would go there. Yeah. Move over, dead marshes. Move over, okay? Do we want Wynn maybe saving Carrie in this scene? Maybe while fighting the troll. Wynn saves Carrie while fighting troll. I feel like that's a good moment to have him specifically saving her. Now, obviously, between the cave and Death and Resurrection, there's going to be a whole section where they're traveling, obviously. But we now have, if we look at this from a big picture perspective, we now have what I would call a fairly solid breakdown. Oh, yeah. So we could say when they find each other, Carrie tends to Finn and Wynn's wounds. Finn and Wynn make up a bit, right? So, like, we don't want to have it degrading to the point that when Finn is possessed and stuff, that we don't care anymore. Like, that we are surprised, that are not surprised. So we gotta kind of red herring this a little. Are the trolls like Tolkien trolls or Romanian ones or tinier? Who knows? At this point, Leo, I think at this point, focused as we are on the narrative, I think we could go back and work in the details when we get to the chapter. Okay. Now we're going to go into the chapter summary outline. So this is going to be prologue, chapter 1, chapter... Okay, wait a minute. Insert... Chapter 1. Okay. I won't do a table. I will just do simple here. So what we'll do is we'll do prologue, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, 5, chapter 6, chapter 7, chapter 8, chapter 9, chapter 10, chapter 11, chapter 12, chapter 13, chapter 14, chapter 15, chapter 16, chapter 17, 18, 19, chapter 20, epilogue. Okay, so now we have all of our chapters broken down here. The rain has started here. Fun. Ugh. Yeah. I can imagine. so I'm gonna delete that. Wait a minute. Consolidating my notes here. Now, what we want to do is we want to take this and we need to break it down. Now, we need to break it down into the chapters. So what I'm going to be doing is, this is why I have a large screen. This is, you're going to see why I have a large screen here. Actually, I want to, where's my thing? We're going to save this. We can minimize that. Okay, so I'm going to move this over. And we'll make it bigger. Okay, so for the prologue, we're going to outline the original issue of The Shadow, the Wraith, and the corrupted, and the corrupted hero. Introduce the seal as an important artifact that is mysteriously corrupted. All right. Now, chapter 1, we're going to introduce Wynn, Albios, Finn, Wynn's family, tease the underlying issues of the MC, and we are going to end it with him touching the artifact. Then we're going to have Rafe catches the young males, and they are challenged by shadow monsters. Number 3, Rafe saves them, and they go on their prep and go on their adventure. And we could even say the first day on the road. Nah, let's take time for some stuff here. Okay, so that is so far. So we can delete this shit over here. Now we gotta think of. Now once again, I'm going to do what seems to be counterintuitive here. And I'm going to put in the epilogue first. Sometimes working backwards is very helpful to help you see exactly, like what you got going on. So we can delete that. And chapter 20 will be Wynn and Finn fighting. And you know, the battle. We could say Carrie. Here we can say Carrie and Rafe are also fighting various monsters around the young men. Okay. 19. Introduce Los Mortis. What did we... Damn it. What's the name of the town? Primary locations. Mortis Speranza. Introduce Mortis Speranza, the city of the suffering dead. Post-apocalyptic style city. Lots of fighting as they work their way to the place of sealing. When they finally reach the location, Wynn is about to set the artifact on a plinth and begin something. Let's just say set it on a plinth. Finn tries to stop him. It is revealed that he is possessed and has embraced the shadow. So that's 19. Okay. Wait a minute. What was the other... What was Carcosa? Let's make that the port town. So Carcosa is the port town. Now, I think in chapter... Okay, so now we have pinch 1. First test. Pinch 2, midpoint, second test. And then the cave. So each one should take up at least 6. Each one should take up at least 2 chapters. So here we can have a regular first days of adventure along the river. And we could have campsite lore drop from Rafe. And we could start setting up interpersonal issues. So the boys aren't listening to Rafe or Carrie. Wynn sort of thinks Carrie is attractive, but won't say anything because of Finn. Finn looks down on Carrie. Okay, so these are the basic interpersonal issues that we're gonna start. And let's say Carrie is bossy. too bossy. So she's also making things worse by driving the boys nuts. So that's number 4. So now we get to 5. So let's say while hunting, Rafe notices the tracks of a beast. We could do like a smaller worm, shadow worm. And he warns the boys, but they don't pay attention and run ahead. A battle with the worm ensues. End with Win getting knocked out. Then down here we have Win wakes in a gray world where spirits are whispering at him. Brought so maybe these challenge and seduce him in attempts to make him give up his quest and relinquish the seal. He wakes to Carrie, who has been healing the group after now let's not have them. So here we will say Rafe deals a finishing blow, but the tail of the worm hits Win, knocking him out. Rafe has to gives the boys a dressing down. Win listens. Finn does not. Now, we can actually add in a filler adventure, I think, in between for these two. We're now close to the midpoint, so we could say introducing what was the name of the town again? Keep forgetting it. This is not Carcosa. Introduce Carcosa and the Seductress. Rafe gets a couple rooms, but the boys are complaining because the rooms aren't really nice, and Carrie gets her own. There is another falling out as Carrie bosses the boys around, and they leave in a huff to enjoy the delights of the town, which drives her nuts. And with Finn being led off by a woman, and Win is left with the dark seductress. So here we could have, here we have the wind has started to take on and actually listen to Rafe. So that happens there. So let's have a reason why they decide not to go through the north versus the south. Let's say avoid the dark forest and the shadows that are entrenched there. Instead, take a riverboat. It almost seems like you're ready to start writing the book. It does seem that way, but not yet. So right now, for as far as I'm concerned, these two chapters need fluffing out. So if anyone wants to input something in here, I think we need to add something. I think we could have them initially attempt to go this way, but they run into trouble. I think that is, the worm is here. I think they attempt something there, but it fails, so they go back to the, like, they want to go this way, but they only go a little bit, and then they run into issues. Kind of like Moria, but without going in a mountain. So I personally think they decide to head north and cross over the northern ranges, but they run into shadows and have to fend off an assault in the forest. You underestimate my planning? Yeah. People don't understand how easy it is to write this book by the end. By the end, I think most of you will feel so confident you will be ready to tackle this book yourself. That's the point of pre-writing. That is the point. The point is you should be able to literally write it within 5 days. Let's say 40,000 words. Where's my calculator? If we take 40,000 words, let's say that you guys are newbie writers. You can only write, let's say, 500 words per hour, okay? So let's say you only want to write 4 hours a day at 500 words an hour. That's 2,000 words, right, per day. So you're going to do it in 20 days. But if, let's say, you were a little bit more, you know, like a little bit better at writing, so it's 1,500 per two, like 750 per hour. So in 2 hours, you'd reach 500. Let's say you want to work so it's 3,000 per day. So 40,000 words divided by 3,000. You're looking at 13 work days of writing. That's not bad. Now, if you're closer like me, like on a really good day, if things are like, let's say I'm working 4 hours, right? So that's 4,000 words. Let's say aim to write 4,000 words a day. Well, obviously, this is no brainer, right? Oops. Yeah. 40,000 divided by 4,000. It's 10 days, right? 10 days. You could literally write this book in 10 days. Imagine. So So depending on how much you're willing to write a day, if you write 4,000 words a day, you could write this book in 10 days. But once again, you're only doing that if you know exactly what you're writing. And we still don't know exactly what we're writing. So I'm going to suggest they decide to head north and cross over to the northern ranges, but they run into shadows and have to fend off an assault in the forest. And this is, I think, where we can cement Finn and Wynn's relationship. So Finn saves Wynn's life. Rafe gives more advice to Wynn, the boys, which Wynn starts to put into effect right away. He wants to get stronger. He's starting to feel like I wanna get better. So I think this is good for chapter 7. In fact, I would even say we end with Finn stepping in, and then they have a big discussion. Wynn wants to just return home. Carrie and Rafe encourage him to press on. Wants to return home, which Finn, let's say, while Finn just thinks they need to try the forest again. And then Carrie and Rafe encourage Wynn to press on. But Rafe recommends finding the King's Road. And so then they go to the port town. So actually, now we've got that out. I'm feeling a little bit better now, chat. I'm feeling like, okay, we got this. So now we have Finn being led off by a woman. Wynn is left with a dark seductress, and starts to get drugged. Okay, so Wynn has drugged hallucinations and is nearly killed when Rafe steps in again. Do we want to have Rafe step in? What did I say for this up here? Yeah, okay, so Wynn nearly gets drugged. So let's say Wynn starts to hallucinate. But forces himself out of the den, where he is able to regain awareness and fight back against the dark seductress. Rafe also joins him. Together, they find Finn and drag him back to Carrie, who cures Finn of poison. Oh, good question. I think she would be like a possessed person, Wooly. So she is both worlds. She is partly, she is linked to the Whispering Dead insofar as she is their avatar, if you will. She's one of their avatars, just like the worm and the trolls. But we can flesh that out in that chapter. There is a discussion about when to leave and a fight. Carrie breaks down and stomps off. Okay, so I think at this point we need to have Carrie have a moment. We don't want her to be like this perfect girl who never has any kind of a severe lapse in judgment or breakdown. She's way too mature. Like, she needs to have some breaking moment where she's just like, I am done. I've healed them, and I've healed them, and I've healed them, and I've been there, and he's out with some hoe, and he's a complete fucktard. I'm done with him. So she stomps off, and I think Wynn goes after Carrie. They have a conversation. Does Carrie get accosted? Do we want to have Carrie accosted by somebody? Should he save Carrie in Carcosa? Is that too much? What does chat think? Is this too much? Having too much of muchness? Should they just have an intimate moment here? By intimate moment, they're not having sex. They're having a conversation. What does people think? I think if you can balance it well. This place is turning into Mos Eisley. It is. It's Tortuga, okay? It's Tortuga. What are the common flaws of... Well, she thinks she can take care of herself, right? Wooly? Like, after all this time, she's the only one who hasn't really gotten hurt. She hasn't been in danger. She's proven herself to be mature, so she thinks she can handle it. She thinks she can handle a simple walk at night in this town, and she is accosted by some men. So I'm thinking she would be accosted, and Wynn would simply just step in and be like, Howl in the, you know, that first scene with Howl's Moving Castle, except that Kari wouldn't be like Sophie and be unable to say anything. Kari would obviously like try to draw a knife and try to be like, I got you. But like, obviously she can't do anything. She's there you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. Oh, literally. Yeah, her flaw is that she has no emotional intelligence in terms of she's a bit too bossy. She's not nurturing enough, remember? She's too strong. She is occupied by her animus. So I think goes after Carrie, who has in a fit of anger and frustration, gone for a walk. She thinks she can take care of herself. Usually true, but not in Carcosa, which we just described as a hive of scum and villainy. Yeah. So Wynn steps in when Carrie is accosted by some louts. Then they have a conversation where Carrie talks about her childhood and dreams / hopes. That seems very nice. How nice. Okay. Now we are going to have leaving Carcosa. First days on the King's Road, heading into the wilderness. We need to fluff this chapter out. What would happen in this first chapter? Then we come to so we have grow closer to Kari, defender from Finn's barbs. So we should have that. So we will put that in here. Wynn grows closer to Kari and defends her from Finn's barbs. So we got some interpersonal stuff. After here, He'll ask Wynn asks for advice from Rafe about what? What is he going to ask about? So we'll figure that out. Should we move this back up here? Yeah. And then down here for 14, we'll have King's Road has fallen into disrepair. Wynn's newly found resolve is tested by mundanity. Cold fog sets in. Interpersonal strife breaks out between the young people as Carrie is attacked by Finn and Wynn defends her. Swamp trolls attack in the fog, dividing the group. Wynn tracks Carrie, saves her from a troll before getting battered by another troll, which is then killed by Rafe. Unconscious. Wynn has to battle blah 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 blah. So he has yet another. This is getting to be a thing now, I guess. Repetition is never good. I'll just say what George Lucas says. What does George Lucas says again? It's like poetry. It rhymes. Okay, wait a minute. Let's have as Wynn tracks Carrie, he has to battle the now very audible whispers of the dead and shadows. So it's no longer when he's dreaming or unconscious. Then he finds Carrie and saves her from the troll. Carrie, and then maybe they separate from Finn here for a bit, but they can't find Finn. However, they can't find Finn. After Carrie heals Wynn and Rafe, they follow tracks that appear to be Finn's. Maybe this is when Finn is taken by the shadow, actually. Maybe this is when Finn is taken by the shadow. I kind of like it to happen here. If it's not going to be in the first chapters, it should happen here. Okay. I kind of like that, Wooly. Let's do that. So we'll put the Barb stuff here. It's about let's say dealing with magic and magical attacks. Rafe talks about his old comrades, the corrupted hero, and Carrie's father, who are separate. These are separate people. Let's say his 2 old comrades, both of whom died during the final battle. Show how Rafe has begun to transform and find hope again. So chapter 13, we still have an issue here, so I'm gonna just highlight it for now. We'll come back to it. Let's have Finn separate, and we could have Finn taken by the shadow here. This is his cave moment where he gonna end with the revelation Finn has disappeared. Has gotten lost. So after Carrie, what can be used as a hint? That is the beautiful challenge and something that we'd have to think about. But that is the true peak writing. That is the peak writing right there. That's where I will be challenged, or any writer who will be challenged when it comes to showing what someone else is up to without showing what someone else is up to. Yeah. Let's have an interpersonal moment here where Finn and Wynn talk about life and Finn's dreams. Grow Finn. Show Finn's driving force here. And reveal the tight, revisit their tight bond of friendship. Have Finn and Wynn make a promise to each other, which will be echoed at Finn's death. What type of narration is this written on? We've already determined that. The narration is third person perspective limited, past tense. Yeah, well, it depends on when we do this, okay? It depends on when we do this. For example, if I started out with them really early on, like if he gets taken by the shadow as early on as chapter 1, We would have Finn being more aggressive than usual. We would have Wynn saying things like, Finn has always been, you know, very obsessed with class, but this is even a bit much for him. We would have maybe Finn, when Finn interacts with the Shadow Worm, it would be something like the worm could, for example, not go after Finn as much as he would go after Wynn, for example. There'd be so many ways to do it. So, like, for example, overly aggressive, too much more risk-taking than usual, bitterness, more bitter talk. Worm doesn't go after Finn as much as Wynn, right? Because Finn would be taken by Shadow at that point. Finn hints at hearing whispers. Finn talks about power that is withheld from them. So information he would ordinarily not know. Like there's so many ways you could trickle this breadcrumb throughout the story and have him as early as chapter 1 going down the tubes. But if we were pushing it back to chapter chapter 15, if we're here in chapter 15, we don't have the time to front that all in there. We don't have the time. So let's see here. I think we need to introduce the Queen. So they follow tracks that appear to be Finn, taken by the Shadow here. If we put Finn getting taken by the Shadow in chapters 15, 16, if they catch up with Finn in 16 or 17, Finn could... We could do this. 5 and 6. During the leaving Carcosa segment could be a bit of a party pooper. Are you voting for early Finn possession, Wooly, or late Finn possession? Because if it's late Finn possession in chapter 16, that's post Carcosa. Everything leading up to this is just Finn being nonsensical person. But if we have Shadow possessing him earlier, this is different. Okay, let's do... I don't even know. How many people are in chat? What do people in chat think? How many people? Oh, wow. We got 8 people in here. Holy moly. I thought there would be less. Okay. I would prefer to get to know the real character before the possession. Well, the possession would happen in chapter 3. So we would get to know him in chapter 1 and chapter 2. The possession would be in 3. Remember, we don't have a lot of room here, unfortunately. So we either do chapter 3 possession or chapter 16. If we do chapter 16 possession post Carcosa, we can only achieve 5 and 6 and maybe like a couple other things. Like we could have him be more aggressive and risk-taking, but we wouldn't necessarily have these 2 things. What does chat think? Chapter 3 or Chapter 16? Either way, we gotta think about filler for 16. And then maybe they are captured. End with the party getting captured by mysterious forces on the King's Road near the mountains. Wynne and company are taken into a fortress that is held by the remaining survivors of the South Kingdom, led by young queen, or old queen, young queen, what did we decide to call her again? There's politics. Estefania. Yes, Estefania. Young Queen Estefania. Wynne. Rafe reunites with some of his old comrades. Wynne gets introduced to greater politics. He's achieving his dream of making it big, but this time he keeps his head. And then we could have Finn is brought forward as having been caught up by Estefania's forces. Reunion. Okay. So in chapter 3, let's make him unbeknownst to Wynne/reader, Finn has been spiritually affected here. Okay. So from now on, he is more aggressive, bitter, cruel, and mean than usual. And then for the worm, we'll ignore the worm. We won't do anything special there. Because it's just spiritual oppression. It's not actual possession. And then he is possessed. So here, unbeknownst to Wynne/reader, Finn is possessed while he's alone in the fog. Let's say Carrie and Wynne intimate scene. This is something sweet and kind of cute. Then they're taken captive, where they have a reunion. Down here, let's say Estefania arranges for an escort to the city. let's have Finn and Win chat. Finn hints at hearing whispers and talks about power. He set his hat at Estefania and was rebuffed, which is driving him nuts. So this is where, like, Finn is kind of showing his darker side. Win gives him advice, but is blown off. Rafe's advice. The group travel slowly down to the city, but have to be careful due to roving bands of intelligent zombies. And then they get to the city. Now, chapter 16 and chapter 13 look anemic to me. We'll have to hammer them out in further detail. So now you might be thinking, well, that's it, right? Our it's done. No, it's not. Okay, now what we have to do, sorry, I gotta switch browsers for a second here. Now it's time to go into chapters. Now, I'm not going to do all of them. That's madness. We're only going to do one chapter. I'm going to go through it. Now, obviously, in our book, we have a prologue. So I'm going to put in the prologue up here. Now, in this prologue, we're only going to do one scene. We're going to put the word prologue here. And then we're going to do chapter 1. We're not going to do titles for chapters, I don't think. Just having a simple chapter 1 is fine enough. Now, for the general overview, what we do is we just go up here. This is how easy it is. So we go all the way up here, and we have to... so we have the prologue, which is up here. And this prologue is going to be... Where is it? Oh yeah, here we go. Prologue is here. Okay. So then we got to go down here and put it in general information. Prologue. Now you might see here we have notes and we have foreshadowing notes. So notes is usually where I put important world building information. If there's something really important to put in there, I'll put it in there. For example, location of the portal and information on how the seal works. So we still got to figure that out. We got to, like, that would be something I would have to sit down and think about. Foreshadowing notes. The spirit of the hero is trapped inside the seal, now corrupted, and whispers to the MMC throughout the plot. Point of view. Unknown narrator. Or Rafe. It could literally be Rafe talking and we don't even know it's Rafe. Time and location. Okay, so location, we just go back up here to here. We put that in here. Time and location. Where is it? Here. And the time, lore timeline is here. Okay, character point of view, unknown narrator, elevated style, characters and scene, Rafe, probably some kind of mage. We'll have the hero. We don't know the hero's name. Once again, we could actually not even have names. At this point, it could be like a super generalized, but technically we would have these people. But maybe we wouldn't name them by name. It could be literally kind of like the opening to Lord of the Rings film. That's how general it could be. Is the necropolis completely overrun, or are there safe pockets or a bastion to foray from? Good question. We could have a bastion. Wooly. Gonna go read some hot chocolate and read manga. Thank you. Well, everyone, thank you for coming. It's 11:20. We're gonna end soon anyway, but elevated yet laconic. But see ya, party. Have a good time with hot chocolate and manga. Good night, Miro. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully this has given some people inspiration. Hopefully. Okay, let's keep going. So basically, we're going to be shadow spread from blank continent to blank continent. Artifact seal seal was created by powerful mages to close the rifts of corruption, but the hero failed. Now an ongoing invasion of zombie making human possessing shadow folk is underway. The sealing failed due to the destined hero failing to achieve the sealing. Possessed by the shadow, the hero tainted the cleric created seal. Rafe flees after the deaths of his friends and takes the seal north. Riddled with despair, guilt, and grief. We could even add in a little bit of guilt there because basically he has to do it, but in doing so, he's left behind people that he loves. He's left behind his people. Okay. So that's basically, once again, we have all of this information we have to fill in before. I would not even start writing this until I filled all of this in. Kari's father, Earthy. Okay, so now that's the prologue. The prologue is pretty general. Now we get to, let's do the first chapter. How would the first chapter look? So once again, we go back up to summary and we take these notes here because this is going to tell us what's going to go in chapter 1. And we're going to put it under general overview. Now, we have some notes here. So we might want to, for example, we might want to firm up the artifact description. Now, this description probably could be put in the lore section as well. All right, but you know, we could put it here. It's up to. I would put it in the lore section only because we're going to be using it in other chapters. But anyway, so a revisit of the lore of the artifact description. We could talk about the political situation in Albios, right? Wynn's attitude, Finn's attitude, and Rafe's attitude. Okay, so we gotta start. Well, not Rafe yet, because Rafe doesn't come in, but these two attitudes for sure. We gotta figure that out. Foreshadowing notes. Do we have any foreshadowing? We could foreshadow Wynn and Finn's future issues. So maybe highlight how Wynn and Finn have a close bond, but hint at other less conscious divisions. The point of view is, of course, always going to be Wynn. So because this book is so much just Wynn's point of view, we can actually even delete this because it's obvious what the point of view is going to be. So yeah. Setting and location will be Albios, the city of the north. We might want to mention things like certain districts, right? We might want to mention where Wynn's home is, and we'll want to mention the cathedral, the name of the cathedral where this is going to happen. Now, if this was a multi-book series, and Albios would continue to play a part in things, I would actually have a map for Albios as well. Okay, so that's kind of like our setup. And as you can see, there's certain parts of the setup that we still haven't yet filled in. So what would this seal look like? The political situation is tense due to rumors of a shadow creeping closer to the city. The clerics are in a kerfuffle, but Wynn doesn't know, nor does he really pay attention to the rumors. Now, we could still have him overhearing people whispering, but he's not going to care, but we could care. Okay, so we could have him overhear some people whispering about a certain artifact, which prompts Finn and Baron's challenge to Wynn. So Wynn's attitude, it doesn't care, just wants to have fun. He's a material girl. Finn's attitude is focused on freedom and not having to do chores for Rafe and kicking the traces of his family's expectations. Yeah. So we'll have him overhear some people whispering about the artifact. Now, obviously down in here, we would have Wynn's home is going to be in the trades area. There's going to be the noble district, trade districts. There's going to be multiple. We can even have the river go right up to the city, so there's like a river port, right? We could have a slum area. The cathedral, once again, we could just come up with a name, right? Like the temple of the brilliant sun, you know, blah, 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 blah. Now, if we look carefully here, we have the overview of, we have to show Wynn and his family, Wynn and his friends, Wynn in the bet, and Wynn touches the artifact, right? So it comes down to those 4 things. So here we will have Wynn and his family, Wynn and his friends, and the bet. Wynn and the artifact. So now you should be able to see kind of how this is going to all go out. Now, because we already know what the character point of view is, we're going to delete that because that's an unnecessary thing. But you would want to keep this character point of view if you have multiple characters in a chapter. Now, modern writers like to put a single chapter for a single point of view, but you don't have to. You could actually do like Dorothy Dennett does, which is have scene breaks, and then you would have different character points of view from the scene breaks. So it depends on how complex your stuff is. Okay, so we are not doing complex. We're doing super, super, super straightforward, super simple here. So the characters in the scene, let's do Wynn's mother, which was, I forget, Yvain. And let's call him Rufus. Rufus and Yvain. So here we'll say Wynn's mother, Yvain, his siblings. So we're going to go back up here. We'll say Lonan, Foley, and Halen. So Lonan, Foley, and Halen. Okay. And Wynn. Now, off screen will be his dad. His dad's not going to be there, but we're going to learn about his dad. So here in the events, we're going to have Wynn preparing to go out for a night on the town. And then we will have him talking with his mother, who is asking about his studies, and he lies about his work. He's also bugged by his younger siblings to bring them home treats, but he makes them a promise. And this basically shows his basic good nature. Maybe mom reminds him of his family's expectations, and we get a glimpse into how hard mom and dad work for the family. So details, once again, what did we say about the family? So if we go back up here. Yeah, he's a tailor. Yes. So he grew up in Albios. Look at this. We can fill this in. Isn't this a nice feeling? And we'll say Rufus. And Lonan, Foley, and Halen. Mom is Yvain. So here we can find out about his dad. So once again, down here, we want to show Rufus is a tailor. Yvain is a... Oh my gosh. My mind is like a sieve. Did we say the mom was? Stay-at-home housewife who sells perfumes from her flower. Oh yeah, that was Shay's idea. Yep. Okay, good idea. Love it. Okay. We want to highlight their lower station and Wynn's personal ambitions. So leaving the house, have Wynn thinking about his family, highlight their lower station and ambitions. So now, next one, we will do Wynn, Finn, Baron, other noble lads. And where is this going to take place? So we can also do locations here. So up here we can say the Aisling home. And then over here, location. I think we had like a tavern. It was, oh yeah, the Drunken Beetle. The Drunken Beetle. The Drunken Beetle, a tavern run by Gav. Okay, so we have this tavern. So here we can talk about, we can have the boys. The boys are basically drinking light beer and behaving like hooligans. I say boys, but they're like 18 years old, okay? This is not like underage drinking. And then Finn and Baron share gossip about the king and other rumors, which Wynn blows off. Finn shares stories about the encroaching shadows and what he's gleaned from Rafe and the clerics about the relic. Challenges Wynn to snag the artifact to give his Knight of Fright. Yeah. This is, I wish I could put the words feral fucks in Rafe's mouth, because I feel like this is, Rafe walking by would be like, ah, damn those feral fucks. Okay, so we'll put down here. Should it be shiny? Perhaps a jeweled goblet? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it could be. Could be. So once again, I'm not going to spend too much time talking about the artifact, but this would go in the lore description. So we would go up to lore, okay, and we would go down here. So you know how I put down politics. I would put down here important items. And then down here, I would put artifact, the seal. Now, if I was focused on things like magic systems, okay, let's pretend that I care about magic systems in this game, like in the story. So then I would put down here magic systems. And then I'd put that into here. But we're going to speed run this thing here. So the boys are drinking light beer and behaving like hooligans. Finn and Baron. So we'll say intro. So the intro to the scene is describing the drunken beetle. Boys are drinking light beer and behaving like hooligans. Then we have the conversation. And then we have the bet. Let's say Finn is bored and Baron wants some fun. So they challenge Wynn to snag give Sir Raphael a fright. Spoiled brats. I mean, the word brat in and of itself is fairly old, actually, if I'm recalling correctly. Like, I'm pretty sure brat itself is kind of like a. If we wanted to go for like a really urchin is. I don't know. In my head, urchin is kind of like a bit whippersnapper, but that's more like cowboy talk. Rascal, maybe. I'd have to probably look at some old, like if we want to go with medieval, I would probably Google medieval slang. Let's see. Medieval slang for madcap, maybe. But literally the word brat is Old English, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure brat is. Yeah. Urchin, lambkin. Lambkin and urchin to me are like wafy children, like Oliver Twist. Knaves and brats. Brat is literally an Old English word. Like, you can't get older than that. Okay, so basically challenge Wynn to snag the artifact to give Sir Raphael fright, blah, blah, blah. And verbally, this will be the verbal introduction of the cathedral and where the artifact is at. Okay, so what has Finn gleaned? I think Finn should tell 2 truths and 1 misinformation, like stuff he's just making up. Lie. So we could say very old, linked to the war 20 years ago. What would be a lie? It's not a game. I'm trying to suggest that out of all the truths that Finn tells, he also has misinformation. He might not even be lying on purpose. It's more like he's being hyperbolic. Is Finn trying to provoke him? Maybe not necessarily provoke him, more like that provoking is, how can I say this? He's not trying to provoke Raphael. He's trying to get back at Raphael. Now, will that provoke Raphael? Yes. But that's not his intention. Yeah, I know it does look like a game. It's that, yeah, that's fine. That's No fears epic. Yeah, they're not doing a game. It's more like he's going to tell a bunch of truths. Like, I'll put even another third truth. Truth. Linked to the problem of the shadow. Now, what kind of misinformation would he say? It's valuable? Like, it is valuable, but, like, not, like, expensive? It can get you girls. It can make you powerful. Maybe it can make you powerful. Can make you super powerful. Perhaps he wants to be discharged. I don't think Finn is that smart. I think he literally just wants to get one up on Raphael. He's that much of an idiot. Like, he's very, very... he's someone who doesn't think about his consequences either. I don't think. But we could make him more sneaky. We could give him more cleverness. Okay, so we'll say a clever ruse as an attempt to get discharged from squire duties. Yeah. And as revenge for, because Finn, perceives Rafe's discipline as a personal slight. Yeah, like it's like a revenge thing. It's like a revenge thing. But it's very immature. Like, he's not thinking of all the consequences. But we could make him a bit clever, Wooly. We could do that. So yeah, so now they challenge it. So now we come to scene 3. So in this scene, we're going to have Wynn, Finn, and Rafe. And the location will be the cathedral. Whatever the name of that cathedral is. And where is the location of the artifact? Is it underneath the ground? Is it in a special room? Is it, you know, on a shrine of some kind? We could suss that out, right? We have to describe everything. Describe everything. And then down here, none. We start listing out the events. So what are we starting with here? We are going to start with the boys whispering as they try to determine the location of the artifact according to Finn's intel. Then we will describe the cathedral a little bit. Get a bit closer to the artifact. And describe the artifact and its location. Finn gets Wynn to pick the artifact up. They are sneaking out when they are caught by Raphael. Okay, so we call this getting caught. Sneaking in. Finding the artifact. Okay, and here we have to have Wynn experiences something when he picks the artifact up. Now, what does he experience? So we have to fill this in. Details of what he feels and hears and senses. And we also have the artifact alarm goes off, as it were. But let's say only people who are magical or connected to the artifact would notice. Perhaps part of the duties... Yeah, something like that. Here, I'll... Like, there could be multiple reasons for why Finn is doing what he's doing. So we have sneaking in. We'll describe the cathedral a bit. Then we'll get to the artifact, describe its location. There's a small argument, maybe, over who is to pick it up. And Finn gets when to pick the artifact up by adding to the hyperbole of his misinformation, getting power / the girls. And then here we will want to have details of what he experiences. So maybe he feels like, for example, we could say he feels like he's being stabbed in the heart with a cold dagger. Starts hearing voices and whispers. The shadows begin to warp. So this is like foreshadowing of what he is going to start, right? Whatever. And maybe there is a vibrating hum that emanates from the artifact as he touches it. Now, how did people touch it before? I would say that, like, the elders and everyone would have been wearing gloves and gauntlets and special clothing to, like, approach the artifact and handle it. He did not have all of this stuff. So once again, we would go back up to important items and we'd want to put that down in here. So we say usually when handling this relic, elders and elder clerics would only hold it with proper gloves and rituals to ward off evil. Otherwise, it is kept in a box on a special plinth surrounded by sigils. For example, that's just an example. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So down here in this part of the chapter, I would actually put that in here to go like this. Now, obviously, this is just for the writer, okay? The reader is probably just going to see, or the reader is going to see the plinth, the sigils, the box, the artifact, whatever the artifact is. So then we get the vibrating hum, and now they're getting caught. So Wynn puts the artifact in his pocket, so now we know that it's pocket-sized. The boys are sneaking out in the garden, and they are caught by Rafe, who is returning to his vigil and has also sensed the artifact hum. He guesses the boys are up to something Now, what did we say up here? Where is it? Oh, wait a minute. It ends with when touches the artifact. So actually, we end it here. So all of this would go into part 2. So we would actually pull this back. Wait 1 second. Where's... just gonna... go like this. And we're gonna go down here. I'm gonna call this chapter 2. And scene 1. Win and Finn get caught. And so in here for the events, we're going to kind of reprise this again. So we'll call this picking up the artifact and then getting caught. The general overview for chapter 2. So if we go back up here, this is the general overview for chapter 2. So we'd put that here like that, and then we start over again. Once again, we can actually delete these chapter character points of view because that doesn't really matter. It's all pretty obvious. So this would be Win, Finn, and Rafe. So if we go back up here, we can take Rafe out. Take Rafe out. So here we will delete this section and we'll just say Win picks up the artifact and experiences something when he does so. When he does. And let's say a foreshadowing. Let's say a sense of darkness and despair. I don't know. Something like, ooh, right. And then in the next chapter, we will begin with... Oh, and then we could maybe say... his heart feels like it has been stabbed by a cold dagger. that feels kind of scary, right? Cliffhanger. And then we go into chapter 2. So let's go over how I did this again. So TLDR, I created a brief sketch that usually takes only a single paragraph. Then I broke down this brief sketch into the parts of a story using story cycles or story templates. And one of the templates that I relied on was something like this, story structures. Yeah. Cold, cloying, numbing. Yeah. So we moved from a single paragraph into a plot paragraph. And then we took the plot paragraph and broke it down into chapters. And then once we broke that down into chapters, we break it down further into more details. And therefore, when it comes time to write it, we only write what these events are here. And of course, we can add more description. So for example, for this chapter here, we can add in the artifact descriptions. We can add in all of this stuff here, and we can put it all into the events. So in Wynn's family scene, we should probably talk about Wynn, and here we could talk about the class system and, you know, differences in wealth and power, right? But up here in his scene with the bet, we can have oh, okay. Hopefully everyone can hear me. And continents, things like that. Hopefully everyone can still... I think I dropped for a second, but I'm back now. Okay. All right. So then you can have like joking and people like sloshing around. You can have like here for this conversation, we can up here, we can have them, you know, Wynn and the others flirting with barmaids and behaving like very immature young men, posturing, fake dueling, you know, just boys being boys, I guess. And then down here we have the reasons. So how would we find out these reasons? How would we find out Finn's reasons? So here we could have show how Baron is just very detached and in his own world versus Finn, who is more personally known by Wynn. And so we could have here Finn and Wynn talk about it, and Finn admits the following. Okay, so their relationship is very close. Finn is not afraid to share these parts of himself with Wynn, and this kind of cements their relationship. Then they go and get the artifact. Maybe here, touch on magic / faith here, and Wynn's views on that. He doesn't care, isn't big into belief, and has no magic abilities. So, you know, he's kind of dismissive. Let's say kind of dismissive of the old legends. Then here, when we talk about his experience, we'll add some of the things that Willie said. So cloying, numbing, cold. The idea, of course, is that when it comes time to writing, you can take these events and you can put them into your document, and then you can write that scene. So ordinarily, I would have this. So what would that look like? So what I would do is I would, let's say, take up LibreOffice. Hopefully this won't do anything weird. I think it's okay. Okay. All right. So here I have my empty document. So what I would do when I was ghostwriting anyway, is I would literally put this to the side here. I would put this to the side here. And then I would tell myself, okay, so Wynn and his family, So this is a 2,000 word chapter. It has 3 scenes. So 2,000 divided by 3. 2,000 divided by 3 is around 650 per section. So 700 words per section. That's actually not a lot. Now, some sections could be shorter, in which case you can allot them elsewhere, but 700 is the max for each section. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah, sorry. I was checking Discord. And people are like sending me stuff. Yeah, sorry. No, I'm here, guys. I'm here. Okay, so I'm going to actually end it here. I do think we have gotten fairly far. I will make a video that kind of goes through this again in more, like, kind of like to explain it again for people who don't want to watch a whole stream. But let's pull out paint to talk about why I did what I did tonight, and then we'll call it. Okay, so I'm going to just delete this. Now, in writing, we have certain patterns, and one pattern that we know is helpful to most people is like this. So you always go big to small. So up here, we have big picture. And down here, we have nitty-gritty details. Now, to get there, I do 3 outlines. So up here, for the big picture, I do a 1-paragraph outline of the plot. That's up here at the top. So this is like the most, kind of like way to scope. Okay, so this is for scoping. Scoping. And then here I do a plot graph outline focusing on beats. And this is where I focus on character and plot progression. And then down here, I do chapter. Oh, wait a minute. Then down here, I do chapter summary breakdown. And for this is for pacing. Pacing. So here you find out where am I missing gaps? Where can I put in character beats? Where do I slow things up? Do I have enough fighting? This kind of thing. And then down here we have chapter breakdown. Breakdowns. And down here we have details, descriptions, dialogue. This is where we plan how things are going to actually... Oh, good heavens. Oh, good heavens. Chapter breakdowns, details, descriptions, dialogue. So this is kind of how I do it. Okay. Now you might think this is a lot. This is a lot. But I was talking about it with Epic, okay? If you want to put out a lot of stories in a short period of time, guess what? This is what you're going to have to do. At the very least, you will have to do it down to number 3. So at the very least, you will have to kind of get it down to here. Now, if you're writing a romance story or something that's kind of like phoned in, you won't have to go beyond this. But if you're doing something like a lit RPG or a fantasy or sci-fi story that's going to involve several books, things like that, you're definitely going to want to do a chapter breakdown. And so this is my recommendation for everyone, is to take the time to plan. So I'm going to save this. We'll call it the approaches to outlining NFT. So this is basically my approach. This is the logic. Each step is required to help us tackle a potential issue. And if we think about certain stories or certain, how shall we say it? If we think about certain stories that failed, for example, we can think about things like Dragon Age Veilguard, or for example, even something where it's not a complete fail, but it is lackluster, Dawntrail. We can take a look here and we can say, where is the problem? So with Dawntrail, the problem is actually not the scope and not what's going on up here. The problem with Dawntrail actually is somewhere in between this section of planning. They lost pacing. Their pacing went off the rails. And yeah, that's the problem, for example, in Dawntrail. Whereas the problem with Veilguard is foundational. The problem with Veilguard is foundational. They focused on the wrong people. They focused on the wrong things. They took the wrong direction. And it was just what it was just like bad. Yeah, exactly. So this is like right in between here, between how the plot progressed to how the pacing, something went off the rails here for Dawn Trail. But up here for Veilguard, for example, this would be like Veilguard is like foundationally troubling. Okay, so we'd put Veilguard up here. One that's kind of in between here would be Forspoken. So Forspoken, on the face of it, Forspoken is an isekai adventure. Most people like isekai. There's nothing wrong with an isekai, but holy moly, the character was really crappy. So somewhere between someone saying, we want an isekai, and someone saying, let's make it this black chick who's going to be a complete psychopath, you know, something was lost in translation. And then down here we have Dawn Trail. This is where Dawn Trail ran into trouble. That's where Dawn Trail ran into trouble. So usually if you see a story that has issues, this is where it happens. Okay, so for example, Star Wars, I don't care what Epic says, Star Wars episode 8, 9, and 10, bad scope. Just fundamentally shit. Whereas, for example, down here, Rings of Power. I actually don't have a problem with them looking at how the rings were made and having Galadriel going through a character arc. It's how the plot and the character were laid out. Complete mess. So we can actually break down based off of the problems that we see in a story. We can actually see where things went off the rail. Now, you could say to me, well, Chieko, they probably didn't do this. Well, yeah, they probably didn't. And that's why we're saying they had issues. But I still refuse to believe that such major endeavors don't undergo some sort of iteration of outlining and preparation. Like, it would blow my mind. I would be mind boggled if I heard that any one of these was just, you know, someone twiddling around and coming up with shit. Like, I'd be surprised if there weren't iterations of people kind of like building on ideas and filling it out. It's just, how well was it done? Were there people stepping back and saying, oh, there's a problem here? So this is, for me, I think, an example of how to analyze writing and how to objectively notice where there's failure, because there is failure. Failure is possible. And one way to avoid fundamental failure is to ensure that your scope is correct for what you're attempting to do. You have to make sure that your character and plot progression makes sense, and you got to have good pacing, and your chapter breakdowns should be solid. Now, at this point in time, if you're doing all of this, you might want to have a good friend. I have someone like Emmy, but what you want at this point in time, if you need a lot of help, you will want to get, let's write it down here. You will want to get a substantive editor or a developmental editor. And what these people do is they will go through this outline with you, and they will help you determine potential pain points. This is an actual thing that you can hire. Now, there's a danger in that they might start trying to bully you. They might try to take over your own piece of art. That is always, you know, kind of a con to getting someone in at this stage. But having someone you rely on to help you come in and take a look at things is where it's key at this point in time. If you have a really nice substantive editor or developmental editor at this stage, you can catch a lot of things. So even a writer like myself, if I'm writing something that is, how to say it, extremely complex, I'm going to take the time to double check with someone before I commit pen to paper. Are you intending on a Dawn Trail scope video? Yeah. Yeah, Wooly. Oh, yeah. I have a video talking about Yoshi P's response to like how they have viewed their failure or their stumble, as it were. So I have a script for that. I need to record it. I recorded it and then I deleted it because I felt like I was too combative. And then I have another script talking about some other thing. And then I want to do a script on what I loved about Dawn Trail. I want to do a script on what was wrong with Dawn Trail. And I want to do a script on how I would have done Dawn Trail differently. Look, I am not going to shit on Dawn Trail. If people think I'm going to sit there and shit on Dawn Trail like low-hanging fruit, they got another thing coming. They'll have to go and sit in the corner and pout by themselves like some myopic, narrow-minded, lack of nuance kind of a-hole. No. There's many things to enjoy about Dawn Trail. It's just Dawn Trail's not perfect. Now, is anything perfect? No. But Dawn Trail should have been a bit stronger. It should have been a bit stronger. And we can be critical of Dawn Trail without shitting on people who enjoyed it. We can be critical of Dawn Trail without brushing aside the things that it did very well. I am tired of people going all one way or the other way. Toxic positivity, toxic negativity. We can go down the middle and we can have a look at Dawn Trail and be balanced about it and say, here were the fun parts, here were the good parts, here were the parts that were fantastic, and here are all the parts that need fixing. Here's the weak spots. Guys, you have no idea how many mental conversations. I daydreamed that I flew to Tokyo and I was at the Square Enix headquarters at their souvenir shop, and I bumped into Ishikawa and Yoshi P and I sat down with them and I daydreamed for 2 hours all of the things I would say to them. And I've been revisiting this dialogue in my head for ages. This is what I used to daydream about when I was 10 years old. And little tiny Chieko was trying to tell her mother why it's okay for her to read a story with magic in it. Okay. I am thinking very carefully about how I will tackle this subject, because I am afraid to say it, but there are a lot of people out there who are taking cheap shots and are misrepresenting a certain situation, and people need to calm the fuck down. But I have I used to have these debates in my head as a small child because of my parents. And so I've been having this as well, where what would I say to Yoshi P and Ishikawa? Like, would I just come out and say to them, you're shit, you're all malignant, and you're all evil? No, obviously not. So how would I, as a professional, as a fellow writer, talk about Dawn Trail, and how would I present that? That's what I'm interested in. So I will have some videos coming out, but when, I don't know, because I actually want to play Dawn Trail one more time. I want to play Dawn Trail a second time to get to experience it again, to get some more perspective on it, and then to make my final decision. So yes, I will be doing, I already have some ideas. I do trust my gut instinct on some of this stuff, but I'm just wary of leaning one way or the other way with my rhetoric. I want to be very cautious about how I am describing the problem and how I would fix it as a professional. Yeah. Living memory was iffy. The dream versations, yeah. Take your pills. Make a video of those daydreams. Yeah. I'll just have like a picture of like Yoshi P and Ishikawa on a popsicle stick in front of the Square Enix building, and then there's like Chieko's little avatar, and it's like the Socrates dialogues, but it's Chieko and Ishikawa and Yoshi P. But anyway, the fact is I have some legitimate, I believe, legitimate professional critiques of Dawn Trail, okay? But is it as bad as Veilguard or Forspoken or Rings of Power or Star Wars? No. I don't think it was disrespectful. I don't think it was malicious. I don't think it was ideologically gross. I just think it was a stumble, an error in some areas that took away from the overall enjoyment and exacerbated fans who were already upset about other things. And that's the key point here. There are other things that have been going on in the game that have upset fans, and it's leaked into everything else. So does that mean CBU 3 is like all fine and dandy and they made an oopsie whoopsie poopsie and we should just, be okay with it? No, we can be critical. We could say, hey, there's these things that have been going on for some time that people have been upset about, and it's now to the point where other things that would normally save the game are not present. So now this is where we're seeing a downturn or whatever. So yeah. But anyhow, all this to say, let's wrap it up here because I think we're doing pretty good for time, right? 12:30. Yes, very good. Okay, so let's wrap it up here with a quick review. So today we finished up what I really wanted to work with the fiction book outline. Of course, this book outline could be continued. We could, label these maps. We could fill in these details. We could add in more physical stuff. We could, fill out Finn's stuff here. We could go down in here and start highlighting areas that we could add more information on. So like, for example, down here, I think I had one, chapter 13, for example, we could, add more details for that. So there's parts of this, chapter 16, there's parts of this book that are in some ways very much incomplete. I would not start writing with what we got right now. I would still have to probably work on it for another few hours. So you're probably wondering, Chieko, how long does it take you to write a book outline? If the client leaves me the fuck alone and I can just do my own work, I can get an outline done usually between 3 to 5 days. It will take me usually 3 to 5 days to get a single book done. Unfortunately, some people take longer. So this one client, the client that took forever, I should have guessed how bad it would be because it took us, I think, 2 months to complete an outline. It drove me crazy because it was just so unnecessary. And in the end, it was still not enough. They were still coming to me later and going, oopsie, I didn't clarify this, and actually I want this. So technically speaking, an outline shouldn't take that long to make. You should be able to get an outline done within a week. But some people are so spacey. They take forever to make up their mind. They get stuck in world building. They keep faffing about. They don't really believe in their scope, so they keep changing things and tweaking things. All of that can lead to an outline process taking longer than it should. It doesn't have to take that long. Now, if you're doing something totally brand new to you and you are going to have to do extra work, maybe it will take you 2 months to 4 months. For example, I'm working on a 5-book series right now, and that's going to take me a long time to write everything down, to get everything sorted, to start planning certain things because it deals with 5 books and it's going to deal with a whole galaxy. I'm gonna have to come up with planets and races and species and everything like that. So depending on the size of the book and the size of the book series, that can actually determine how long you have to spend on this kind of preparation. It could take as long as, a month or so, even maybe longer. But yeah, this is basically a fiction book outline. This is basically based off of something that I've worked with as a ghostwriter. This is how I would start preparing for a book. And of course, if anyone here or anyone in Discord who might be watching later has any questions about how I filled this in, I can always figure out a way to share how I filled this in at a later date. Okay, now, are there any questions from chat? Any lingering thoughts or stuff like that from chat? It was very interesting to hear your process being broken down. I think the chapter breakdowns I should be doing myself. Yes. Epic. I highly encourage everyone, even if you're a gardener by nature, okay? Even if you're a gardener by nature, I would heavily encourage you to try your best to at least get down to, like, if you can't do, like, if this is driving you crazy, you could skip some steps here maybe, but like try to get at least your scope set and get your chapter breakdown set. The reason why I put these two in here is because, like I said, I'm obsessed with not having to revise later. But you, at the very least, you should have your scope down and you should do chapter breakdowns. So if you think, oh my gosh, chapter breakdowns, this is the revelation, I recommend breaking down chapters. I can't recommend breaking down chapters. I literally cannot recommend more breaking down chapters. It saves you so much time because you're not thinking, oh, I forgot this setting. I forgot to describe where things are, because you have reminded yourself to do it. So nothing is left unfinished. It really does cut down revisions. Like, I can't highlight how important a good chapter breakdown is. When I wrote Distortions in Time, there were some dialogue pieces that were extremely complex because I wanted to create an organic flow of information between family members, but I needed to plug in some important details. So I actually planned the flow of the dialogue using a mind map. If I find it, I'll put a picture of it in the Discord. So, like, it's so crucial for an architect to do this. Now, gardeners, I think, with time and maturity, gardeners can avoid having to, like, it will be in their head naturally, like subconsciously, they'll know what they need to do and just do it. But unfortunately, architects and gardeners who are more immature will struggle with this and have to do a lot of revisions at the beginning because they won't understand what stories need in order to succeed. So hello? Dead Mike? It says that It says that... Can no one hear me? Oh, okay. All right. So anyway. Yeah. So, TLDR, chapter breakdowns, do it. Do it epic. When do I go to sleep? Good question, Wooly. Yeah, good question. I do get 8 hours, but sometimes they're broken up. Let's just say that it gets hanky. I was trying to do a schedule the other day, and I was like, when am I going to sleep? I'm way too busy. Just thinking about it makes me tired. Look at me. I'm yawning. So I'm actually probably going to go and chill now, everyone. I just want to thank everybody who hung out with me, even though this was probably not everyone's cup of tea. I know a lot of you are not really necessarily interested in writing for yourself, but who knows? Maybe in the future you'll be like, I have the story, I want to tell it. And honestly, I want to put out a voice for architecture writers. I'm tired of gardeners just saying that they start writing. I want to show everyone that you can approach writing with a masculine brain. You can approach it with organization, logic, and you can approach it with a formula like math. A lot of people don't know that good music is highly mathematical. And in some ways, you could argue that good writing is also mathematical. And there is an aspect of it where there's a formula that you follow. And if you know what you're doing, that formula will remain fresh. It will not be stale. It will carry you through. And I think this is particularly important for young writers who feel overwhelmed with getting into writing. If they follow this outline, they are setting themselves up to finish a project. Finishing your first book is the most daunting thing that you can do. I finished my first book when I was 15, 16. It's a shitty book, guys. It's so shitty. But I did it. But do you know how many people don't finish their first book? So this is me trying to help anybody who wants to demystify writing from an architect perspective. This is how I do it. And this is how a lot of ghostwriters are forced to do it, actually. It doesn't matter if you're a gardener or an architect in the ghostwriting world, you have to do this. It's like being on Fiverr, right? You have to follow this kind of a structure in order to make money and to have good enough turnover to ensure that your vision meets the client's expectations. This has to happen for ghostwriting. So for me, I feel like this is a no-brainer, and hopefully, like I said, it will help some people. It looked like the chatters were having a good time. Oh, I hope so. I enjoy lectures. You're one of the few, Epic. Don't let the bed bogles bite. I shall not, Wooly. So I did say stream went well. Oh, okay, yeah. I use my quotients primarily, so you know what those are. I don't, but I'll look them up, Epic, or you can share them on Discord. Yeah. But let's end it here on this positive note. And this Sunday, I have dinner with some people who want to say goodbye to me before I move up north. So I don't know about stream this Sunday. We're going to see. If I come home in a good enough time, I'll hop on stream. Maybe we'll do something chill. But if not, then maybe next Wednesday I can carve out some more time to do another kind of stream. I don't know. I know some of you want me to play WoW. I know one of you wants me to play Arknights, so we'll see what happens. But anyway, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to end here. Thanks, everyone, for coming, and I'll see you all around in the Discord, probably. Okay, take care. Bye.